Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. Also the last one that we'll be doing before Super Mario Wonder comes out next week. Since I will not actually be here next weekend, and even if I were, I would be playing Wonder. But let's get through some Maker today. Let's begin with the latest submission from Optic in this series of recreations of the 2D areas in Super Mario Odyssey. The latest one features the Lungeon Kingdom and the Ruined Kingdom, and we will see how that's been implemented. You get Wonder a day before a lot of people? Oh, is that because... oh, of course, I just saw your flag, yeah. That would make sense. Yeah, I suppose Moon Kingdom would take a little bit of work for you, but that's okay. Here's part 7. Let's see it. Yeah, I know, I do remember that level in the Ruined Kingdom, sorry, in the Moon Kingdom rather, quite well. Spent a lot of time taking fancy screenshots of it. Oh, this is pretty recognizable. And then, get over here, and on we go. Oops. Grab this, and then we are on the lookout for 3 coins. I'm gonna have to be careful here. Whoops. Say that just as I jinxed myself. You're saying it's nice to have a person that is familiar with the Odyssey areas played as well. By familiar, I mean, I'm 6 years out from playing it, but I did play Odyssey very deeply, so it's not completely lost to me. Yeah, I guess I technically know them. Whoop. Come on. Let's go here. And that was a miss. That's okay. We got him. We didn't need to do that. We just need to pass through to the door. There's no need to engage the hammers if we don't absolutely need to. It's not a shroom anyway. Then let's grab that. Yeah, but as we discussed with some of the previous previous remakes, rather, the spacing feels so different in Maker. I feel like because the way that the Odyssey 2D segments were wrapped on other surfaces in 3D space, where you would have, in some cases, some degree of camera control, that when I think back to Odyssey, I don't really remember just how zoomed out everything is. You know, your memory of those segments, I think, would tend to be less zoomed out than the reality of it. The button stopping mechanic in the Ruined Kingdom, yeah, I'm trying to remember what that is too. I think it's more that, you know, when you are playing Odyssey, you encounter these segments and you aren't necessarily thinking about, oh wait, hang on, let's spot this guy. You aren't necessarily thinking about, you know, the entirety of the space. Your focus is just on the 2D area, and so mentally you don't really necessarily take in just what a small part of the total real estate of the screen is actually taking up. That your visual focus is not really in the embedded surface that the 2D segments are overlaid upon. Roby Angel, welcome, Roby Angel. We've got a very clear queue today so far since we just started, so if you have anything, we'd be very happy to receive it. But good to see you anyway, regardless of what you do. THX1138. And of course, the door at the end is just a wraparound, very easy to... If I deliberately wanted to skip the flag, skip the flag. Object, I'm absolutely fine with you being in 2 streams at once. my queuing policy is set up for that as long as you're here to respond when you are actually called. So let's take a look at Roby Angel. And yeah, as usual, feel free to requeue if you have anything else for me to look at, and let's take a look at what this is. Did I read this correctly? Yes, I did. Okay. Frozen Castle, Royal Playground. It's a place where the Koopalings like to hang out and make some trouble. Sounds good to me. Love the pixel art, by the way. In the thumbnail. Okay. I can't do anything here. Oh, 30 coin. I bet we could make it. Yeah, there we go. That's just there to decorate the pipe entrance. Those bricks there. Let's watch out for the falling icicle. We should have grabbed that snowball, actually, just to have a bit of a fight. In that lovely ice cave. Oh, let's watch out. And we'll let the thwomp do its thing. I like that the ceiling on top of the thwomp is visible, so I don't bother to check it. It's actually quite important, because usually I would check above a thwomp. That blue pipe... I mean, you have these falling platforms that are cycling through. I kind of doubt it would be safe to stand on one and enter the blue pipe. I don't know how I would make a jump like that, but if the blue pipe held some kind of secret, it actually would theoretically be enterable. You just need to be absolutely perfect. I don't think I'll try it. And yeah, Roby Angel is totally alright if you find yourself sleeping. We run a pretty sleepy stream here anyway, and lots of people do use it for bedtime. Anyway, he's going to bounce when he's in shell form. We just have to watch out for that, and the icicles as well. If we just stay under a safe icicle most of the time, we're going to be fine. Just need to keep our cool with that, and not get out of position. We'll just camp this location and just be reasonably good about jumping, and there we go, that's it. Okay, ice here that is likely to get toasted. Big. Yeah, it does get melted by the projectiles. Let's just continue platforming then and try to make it to the end, because Roy in the Cloud is definitely not accessible to me right now. And okay. That looks like it's mostly decorative. We will, of course, go for the 30 coin as recklessly as possible. 1K man, welcome. Oh, Optic, I've played lots of great Koopaling battles. We've seen lots of ideas with Koopalings. The thing about Koopalings is that they're only as good as the rooms that you put them in, and so there's lots of room for creativity within that. Especially because some of them have such unique behaviors. I used to have some people on the stream who would send me nothing but Koopaling boss rushes, and you know, they were a great time. And yeah, Roby, it definitely will happen sometimes, but you just have to obey your own body when it comes to that, and if you need sleep, you need sleep. So I set a very bad example when it comes to that, of course. I don't get nearly enough sleep. Whoop, there we go. Well, couldn't really do anything about our boy Roy there, but let's take a look. And it totally is a whole series of Koopalings, except this one's going to be after another checkpoint, so... we would need to pop the bombs over there so they can turn the switch on, but I basically have to lead the projectile to do that. And then that's going to drop the munchers along the side as well. Okay. Good thing I didn't try to veer off to the side here. Okay. Projectile's going to take care of that for me, except it has to have multiple shots. And because Wendy's projectile reflects, that's not going to be the one to activate it. Very interesting design, actually, to engage with the Koopalings in this way, and it's very helpful, too, to have the mushrooms give you a bit of a refresh, and to have the munchers on either side be very clearly visible so you don't drop down too close on either end. Here we bounce on the balls to get the first activation of the bomb. And then we just try to do a nice height adjustment. I like that it's a big bomb, so the target isn't too difficult to hit. Oh. Very nice, and I like how there's that additional hit that automatically activates on the side as well. Now, we have to do this for real. This piranha plant, of course, is going to be an issue, and we just need to make sure that the bomb goes down one stack at a time. Very interesting fight. Okay, good. That was very convenient that the projectile caught the bomb on the way down. Let's not go too high here, though. Let's just... Yeah, that came down, and it's going to blow up. Oh, we should have grabbed a star. That's alright. That is by Roby. And yeah, objects, there are all kinds of fire interactions in the game. I don't think I have enough room to triple jump, do I? Oh, this would be for riding the icicle. Whoop. But we can do it. Let's try it. Nope, come on. We can do it. Nope. We're totally going to risk it, aren't we? Well, as long as we don't make too much of a mess of it. And have to do the fight all over again. And let's not wall jump over the flag, let's just take it.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Alright, thank you for that, Roby. Very interesting fight, especially the last segment. Thank you for Frozen Castle Royal Playground. And then for the GG. Okay, back to Optic. As usual with Super World continuations, we'll do them in chunks of about 15 minutes, if the levels are short. And I don't remember how far I was, actually, so let's take a look. I was in the middle of World 2. And then... Actually, I was just... Let's see here. How come we hadn't cleared the other one on the other side there? Let's take a look at that one. Because we don't get to reverse back to this world, unfortunately, if we do the castle first. So let's go this way. Super Ball Spaces. Okay, well, we have a pretty clear projectile target location, so... except we should probably just deflect it directly this way. That's much more sensible, it is on a slope. And then here, we'll deflect it up to the bomb. And it's... Now, notice that if you stand too close to the bomb, you can lose the Super Ball, of course, except it's easy to get it back, so it's not too much of an issue. Oh, I see. You do need to pop the floor, but not block that. Can we reset that, then? I feel like I need to reset it. I'm not locked here if I don't reset it, though, am I? That would be very unfortunate if so. Oh, yeah, no, the thing is, you should give the player a way to reset without a death, if it's something like this, because you're not necessarily able to predict that this is going to be a blocking piece, right? So placing a spike here is not a very elegant solution, if you're doing kind of traditional style design in particular. Because that is what we call an SD lock, or a self-destruct lock. Like how they say SD in Super Smash Bros. And the thing that throws people off about it, well, there are many things that throw people off about it, but in traditional levels in particular, it jumps out as something that would never happen in an actual Nintendo game, right? So, in general, because it's very easy to tap this accidentally, I mean, I kind of knew exactly what this passage would be, but it's... Generally, you don't want the player to be in a position of having to decide for themselves, oh, am I actually able to continue, or am I not? And I wish I had the video link left. You didn't have any doors, you do have a pipe, though, right? Like, the pipe would actually be one of the first things I'd check, normally. Also, oh yeah, we gotta be faster with the P-switch, otherwise we get into the same situation. Too busy bouncing around. But yeah, in general, you want interactions to be as resettable as possible. Especially in traditional levels, because... basically, in Nintendo-style design, there's never an expectation that the player has to determine whether they need to deliberately take their own death. And the reason that matters, I mean, not everybody designs in a Nintendo style, but the reason that matters in Mario Maker is because it informs a lot of people's assumptions about how Mario actually works. And so they're very likely to, you know, kind of rush in and make a mistake first and then realize afterwards that you've put them in a sticky situation, so... There's a video I should link you to about that, but I can't grab the link right this moment. Okay, so let me take a look at this. We want to use the Super Balls to hit POWs because we don't want to get trapped by the POWs. If we ourselves get trapped in one-way panel, that would not be good. Because if you wanted to say... I mean, I was trying something risky there. You're obviously supposed to hit with a Super Ball, but I was trying to break it. I was trying to hit the POW and get out of there quickly enough, safely, to see if I could break it that way. Because looking at it, that's kind of the natural thing to try, even if you know the right solution. So. Yeah, no, that's a good point, that the springs in the note block don't respawn the object anyway. So it wouldn't be a simple fix. Whoops, no, hang on. Let's just fire like this. And we just need to get rid of the munchers. Then... yeah, the doors are here for symmetry, I believe. Symmetry with the pipe up above. And then we can continue there with no trouble. Okay, looks like we need a deflection going this way. Except after the on-off switch has been hit. But we don't want to hit the on-off switch on that side. What we want to do is... oh, I see. No, we run over when we hit the switch after we've done this. Once we know that the pattern is going to be correct, yeah, then we run over and hit the switch. And again, it's one of those interactions where if you don't get it, then you are in a trap. Where you do have to voluntarily take your own death. Yeah, the thing about Super Balls is stay alive forever and ever. Oop, nope, that was a mistake. That's okay. Good hit over there. I like how there's a little bit of a warning here. It's a good warning system, actually. And then we wait for the pipes to load in more POWs. This is a nice room. I like the audio warning. I like how easily readable it is. It's a room where you know exactly what to do, and you still need to kind of walk through it. And then that, we'll just take it in here. Yeah, that room worked pretty well, actually. And then we would need to hit the POW over here to take out those munchers. 50 coin, we would have had to grab with the Super Ball first, though. I should have read that ahead of time. Yeah, thank you for that. A little heavy on the SD locks, but that's something that I'm a bit fussy about as a playtester sometimes. And definitely that will be something you hear from other streamers that you submitted to as well. Okay. Let's take a look at this one. Roy's Climb Castle. Okay. Got a shroom here. And then, look.
Oh no!
This is your second favorite castle. Well, you don't need to let me know which one is your favorite. I'm sure we'll see it. Well, I mean, you can tell me when we see it, but we'll find out about it a long way. Whoops.
Oh no!
Totally wasn't watching the wrench. Actually, your third. It makes me think of that running joke in Earthbound about fighting the third strongest mole. Mostly because we're also fighting moles, as you can see. Rocky wrenches, as it were. Yeah, definitely a lot to watch out for over here. We can probably just proceed a little faster. We don't really need to kill those. I mean, it does reduce the number of projectiles that we need to deal with on the other side, but it's not absolutely imperative that we go for that, as long as we just keep moving. Okay, somebody released a key. We totally got trapped over there. This level was originally going to be called Roy's Rocky Wrenches. Oh, it's too long if you have the prefix of New to Castle, I suppose. I mean, if you said New to Sea or something, I think people would generally understand what you mean. It's funny that, starting with the NSMB series as well, that a lot of the levels sometimes are just labeled as something like, you know, World 2 Fortress or 2 Castle using a single character symbol. It would have been helpful if we had something like a character symbol in the field for naming levels. But I suppose that's something to keep in mind for a future Mario Maker. And of course, Wonder, I believe, is doing everything just by level title. Because I tried to go down through the semi-solid because I've been playing too many games that let you do that. Where you just kind of duck and press down. I was just playing a lot of Guacamelee 2 on the stream earlier this week, and we finished it yesterday to 100%, but it is one of many games that does have to drop through the semi-solid mechanic, and so I was still doing that as a habit, even though I've known Mario's rules for so long. Whoops, thought we were okay in that column, but I was standing a bit too close to the right. Two lives left. That's what happens when you're careless. Nope, that's what happens when you're very careless. Let's take these out first, and you know what? Let's grab a life. Why not? Then let's stand a little bit further here. Oh, then, oh, no, we're in a bad position. There we go. Got out. Yeah, rhythmically they're not quite synchronized, so we'll get up over here with a fire flower in tow. Interestingly enough, you can re-enter this piping checkpoint if you want to go for the fire flower in future attempts. You have a reason to do so. And that's perfectly fine, just something that we'll notice along the way. Oh, whoops. Ah, we have a flower, that's okay. This kind of tower climb actually feels very NSMB in some ways, which I guess is appropriate given that we're in the NSMBU style. And then you just need to dip down here for the 30 coin. Yeah, it's sort of interesting to think that big vertical tower climbs, in some ways, are much more specific to the NSMB games than to Classic Mario before that, starting with the DS game, which I did replay earlier this year. I've actually been replaying a little bit of NSMB Wii on the side as well when I'm on stream, just to look at a few things before Wonder, since I hadn't played it in so long. Yeah, I mean, both NSMB, Wii, and U had a much more zoomed out camera to accommodate 4-player co-op, right? In fact, it's really obvious going through NSMB Wii in single now just how much the camera was meant for co-op, because I did originally play the game in co-op back when I first 100% cleared in 2009. And... Oop. Roy... that deceptive animation all the time. Whoops. I could outrun him there, but poor estimate on my part. Okay, we're going to go for this flower, although we know there's another one coming up pretty soon. Ah, actually, no, let's not. The spawning location is going to have a word with us about that. Didn't realize that. That comes as a bit of a surprise. Alright, let's head on up. Squink, welcome. Yeah, that's why Optic, it's always worthwhile to check any passage that goes backwards. If you let the player go backwards, assume that somebody will, even if there's seemingly no point to doing so. And yeah, Squink looking forward to whichever it is we'll be playing today. Whether it's a long grind or a short one. And we'll have some wonderful music to go with that, I'm sure. Got a new one? Okay. The daily double's gonna have mercy on me. Oh. Oops. Only for its place to be taken for something else. Oh. Well, I enjoyed the amount of progress I made on the Jeopardy level, but definitely it's one that would take me a lot more work. Bad position here. I have to look out for a lot of things with Roy's animation, but we are through. Squink just had his level played in the other stream you're in. That wouldn't be Aura's stream, would it? Or... because I know he runs his open queue at the same time as mine. How do I know? Because I used to watch it all the time before I started streaming. But anyway, thank you so much for Roy's Climb Castle. Oh, it was Cool Cuzzy. Yeah, I do know Cool Cuzzy. I mean, I don't know them very well personally, but we've had some raids come across before. Okay, that's a chunk of Super World. Let's move on with a queue. Optic, as usual, you're welcome to re-queue for as long as you can stay. made a bit of a mess of that, but too much TTS spam for your taste in a bald man stream. Totally understandable. Good place to go, though, if you want some RNR. Anyway, let's go to 1K Man, who I believe is here. And yeah, Optic, thank you once again for the submissions today, and let's continue. 1K Man, I believe, is here. So yeah, that is you. Friday the 13th. Oh, look at that. Uploaded on Friday the 13th. Luckily, you don't need to re-upload this, I hope. Friday the 13th from the NES, which I actually have not played, and I don't know much about apart from its existence. You and your friends are dead. Game over. I was just explaining to somebody earlier today that Friday the 13th as a superstition has just zero meaning to me. Haven't watched the horror film series or anything, so... Oop. Anyway, we have a loop. So is this actually a remake of the NES layout? Is that the idea? Because, like I said, I don't know the original, so... Oh, whoops. I wasn't watching this. That's okay, we got more Super Balls at least. And we need... I mean, I think these P-doors are almost certainly just for decoration, so... I don't we need to think too hard about them, but... Oh, that doesn't even take you very far, but you do need a key, which tells me that we will need a Super Ball to hit Bowser. It's going to be Bowser, and we know that. Let's get rid of the other Lakitu, though. There we go. Now we can sit pretty on the cloud and totally miss every shot. Okay. Come on. Oh, not much aerial bombardment going on here. Oh. There we go. Let's spam him. Whoops. Okay, that's fine. Cool. Just be careful not to despawn him. Nope. There we go. Your level is also based off of an NES game. Interesting. Looking forward to seeing what that is. Auto... Yeah, that's why it just pushes you at this pace. There's going to be a second Bowser for clear condition once the global loading has been completed. Okay, now we throw. Okay. Actually, we don't even need to throw, we can just push. In large part. Well. Not like that, we don't. Okay, this is actually pretty satisfying that you have a couple of different angles to approach. Just depending on how you choose to do it. Oh, nope, let's grab another one. Nope, let's grab another one. Don't have another shot at the SP2 mushroom, so... we do have a shot at a fire flower there, though, if we... Absolutely. You know, we should have just used a fire flower in the first place, shouldn't we? That would have been much faster. That's okay. We've committed to doing it this way. Didn't even look at it. Although maybe it was loaded on a track recently. Maybe that's why I didn't see it. Okay. Whack him some more. There we go. Does this level mean Mario is a camp counselor? Oh, also comments, okay. Do you want me to see the comments afterwards, or does their placement in the level matter? Fish scare, I suppose that's appropriate. Look at that one little hard block over there that is primed for a scroll break, except we don't have tools to do it. Alright, let's look at the comments. Oh, they were in the level, okay, so... I mean, this is quick and easy enough, we can just do it again. Yeah, I totally didn't see that it was comments on until much too late. You know what, let's look at it again, it's fine, it's quick. And let's turn comments on. Now that we know what we're doing, and this time we'll probably go for the Fire Flower spam. Might as well, oh, no, I totally missed it. Come on, let's go back. See the message before we load in any music. Today, pushed us up glasses. Yeah, because of the placement, we can't actually see the message very well. It's actually Saturday the 14th of October. You know what? Depending on your time zone, you're kind of correct. I guess that was just somebody else playing it at a different time. Anyway, let's just speed through this. Nuke this guy this way. Where's the other one? Oh, there he is. Go. Okay. We'll do this the fancy way almost. I guess not quite. Okay. Not exactly going for a speed record, but might actually have a decent shot at doing this at a reasonable pace. Oh, actually we won't, because I spent too much time early on. Use the torch to light the fireplace. Ah, yeah, I see. So this would probably be text from the original game, if I understand. Yeah, we're not getting a speed record because I spent too much time just running back and forth at the start. Oh well. That's okay. Yeah. Yeah, so the Fire Flower actually does load in later, that's why we didn't see it. Anyway. What is it, like 14 hits or something, I think? Because Bowser technically, in his large form, has the equivalent of 40 HP, right? And then each of these shots would do 3, if I'm not mistaken. I used to know this stuff, it's... Oh, here we go. Also, there's a Fire Flower there now. Let's totally neglect to take it. You had to power through this level because it was a juicy opportunity. You have finally managed to defeat Jason. But is he really dead? We're not telling end. Okay. It empowers remaking the level because it was a juicy opportunity to upload the level in October and Friday the 13th. I guess that doesn't happen all the time, and oh, we didn't even see that drop before. But yeah, I mean, given the upload date, I assume you're not going to re-upload it for anything anyway, even if you wanted to. So, There it is, Friday the 13th. Okay, let's mark that as a win. And let's move on to Squink. Yeah, one came in. I'll have to look at footage of the original too. Oh, WYS or WYF5. There we go. UVV. Yeah, to hide a pipe so you could put a comment in adjacent is dead screen. I see. Oh, in order to get yourself to that location. I see. Yeah. Like I often say whenever I play comments on content, I wish there were a setting which is just creator comments only, so you can do things like verbal puzzle adventures without just people plastering solutions all over the place. Particularly if there's some kind of, you know, decoding or something involved. That's sometimes a problem. Anyway, Paperboy calls it quits. Does anyone still read the newspaper anyway? I guess we'll find out in this music level with the world record by Mayako. Let's give it a listen. Whoops, totally missed that. Oh yeah, we just hit the wall and then drop. I wasn't reading that quickly enough. Maybe get a better jump off that ledge. And thank you for resubmitting. One came in. Looking forward to doing more. We have a pretty relaxed queue so far today. Yeah, we fired off at this point. It's going to hit. And then we need to hold into that jump. The locked door is obviously just for decoration. Whoops. Yeah, you do need the POW rather to make contact, of course, so that was just a bad release. That's okay, just need to get this back under our fingers, straight drop. And then hit the red wall again, yeah. And then we fire into the munchers one more time, okay. Pretty readable, we're just being sloppy. Very sloppy. Yeah, over to the red wall. Then I'm definitely a bit slow to see the walls sometimes when I see the spikes flashing at me everywhere, so. All you can think of with Paperboy is the AVGN video. Sorry, I'll read the rest of your comment in just a moment. Where he tries to throw the paper in the mailbox and it has the angle from the game. Not familiar with that. I'm actually also not that familiar with Paperboy itself. Despite having played a lot of the NES library. The two of you are definitely exposing some of the gaps of my knowledge today. But we can still appreciate a gem. You rewatched that AVGN episode twice while making this, yeah, so I guess you know precisely what one came in was talking about. Whoops. Wouldn't that technically make this level Paper Mario? Whoops. I knew that was coming, we just didn't react to it very well. Just need to be much more precise about the landing there. Because at that point I was getting all the way to the right side of the screen, so I was wondering, okay, so how much visibility will we get ahead of us? And I did have enough time to react to the Piranha, but that isn't to say that we did so successfully. Also, as usual, when I'm playing a music level, I hope things on the production side of the stream are okay today. No audio cutting off or anything. Having pitch issues. Yeah, you need to grab it and let go right on the D-pad right away so we can do a straight drop. Oh, whoops. Totally missed it. Yeah, we don't need to duck under that one, I don't think. But we'll see. Okay, slide down. No, we don't want to do that. We just want to jump. I don't know why I was instinctively throwing stuff. That's literally just a jump. You think your favorite level you thought of with AVG in mind is the level based on Nightmare on Elm Street? I have a feeling you might have shown me that. Maybe. Okay, whoops. Yeah, it's always kind of interesting to see which NES games that are not Nintendo first party have remained in the cultural memory, because Nintendo in general has done a much better job of maintaining the legacy of its old properties than a lot of other publishers have. Even the lesser known ones that people don't really play as actively. Okay, let's not miss the easy jumps, obviously. You want to make a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde music level. And the AVGN theme song. Well, I may have to look up AVGN Paperboy after this, perhaps, but... Okay, touch this. And yeah, this is all standard jumping. I don't know why we're failing the easy stuff. Your Nightmare on Elm Street level showed up on Panga's stream. Interesting. I was trying to reach 69,420. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Panga sees enough nonsense that anything you would have shown him would have been a breath of fresh air there. Panga booed the one of yours that he got. Which one was that? Just out of curiosity. I find out with a lot of the big streamers, so often the likes and the boos are so often just the mood of the stream and the mood of the chat as well, right? Whoops. We were very slow in that interaction. I felt like I'd lost a lot of time on my way up to that jump. I don't exactly know where. It didn't seem like I was losing that much speed, but we'll see. 1-4 Your Life, the speedrun remake of 1-4 from SMB1. Oh, okay. So is it just taking the castle and slapping a timer on it? Is that all it is, or what? Or is there also the SB1 Oh, it's part of your super world, I see. I think you've generally only really shown me music levels, so we don't have a good sense of or design outside of that. Anyway. There's a delay at the start, so the timer is tight. In the 1-4 level, or? Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Stay low on some of these jumps and then put this down as soon as possible. That's not really the right trajectory. I feel like we need to hang right a bit more than that without hitting Pokey on the way up, so we need to fix that. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm glad my notifications are working today after having the sound bug out for a while. I'm gonna have to find a way to pronounce your name. For now, I'm just gonna say, like, Argave, because that's the first few letters in that whole cluster. But if you have a preferred pronunciation of your name, then do let me know. You just made it for the pun. Yeah, one for your life isn't run for your life, exactly. Should have put in some Paul McCartney in there just to really complete the effect. Whoop. Oops. Saw that swing coming, we just didn't time it very well. Alright. Almost checkpoint, I suppose so. Not quite there. That's okay, we just know that the claw swings have been the issue. And being a little crisper about these jumps, I mean, we don't want to go that low, obviously, but we don't want to lose too much time on those either, because I definitely felt like we were doing those sluggishly. No. I keep underestimating just how much control that landing is going to take. Well, at least we'll get to listen to this music the whole time. You know, I'm probably estimating it poorly because of the ice. But I'm not accounting for the ice slide visually, and so... probably what is happening there, so... That's okay, we'll just watch out for it. Like, it's not even anything particularly techy that I'm losing to here, it's just basic jumps. Oh, and the scroll stops, okay. I was rushing my way through that thinking, oh, we have to panic and just jump, 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 and then I saw that the scroll was actually going to stop at that wall right before I bonked my head the way I did. So we could have just taken it easy and completed that properly, but I suppose not. Okay. That went pretty well. That did not. Yeah, I keep thinking that we don't want any forward momentum on the first part of the jump simply because we don't want to run into the first pokey, but clearly I'm not cranking right soon enough to make it all the way over. So just need to develop the right kind of intuition for that particular jump. Yeah, it's kind of hard to convey that the scroll is going to stop. Exactly. Because, you know, my eyes are on Mario the whole time. At that point, I'm not really keeping track of where we're going next after that. Especially because, you know, with the Vine Climb, I'm definitely feeling a bit of time pressure there to read what's immediately ahead of me. But that's okay. We know it's there now. We know that grabbing the vines should relieve a little bit of time pressure. Would hope. Okay, much better. Much better there, too. Oh, I was trying to grab the middle vine and I just missed. But yeah, you need to hit the red block in the top right there and do a safe drop from there. Little precision drop. You line yourself up. I was totally looking at the arc I had and thinking we'll just skip ahead to the middle vine and it'll work perfectly fine, but it did not. That's okay. It's not very technically challenging. We've just been a bit sloppy. Okay. Need to back out of some of those jumps, but there we go. There we don't. The spring is slightly to the left of that wall. It lines up a little easier. Yeah. Yeah, because then I don't have to worry about staying in neutral all the way to the top of the pokey, right? Have a little bit of room to get that momentum prepared for the fall. But, oh, I suppose that's why you have a scroll marker, perhaps, but... Okay. Yeah, especially with the scroll speed, it definitely comes to this point and crashes to a halt. Okay. Let's not mess around too much with a twister. We'd nearly messed around too much with a twister. Whoops. Second note block is going to dunk something for me to land on, probably Dry Bones or something, or Koopa, I guess. And then that's a grab followed by a release. And that has to be a high bounce, obviously. We just read that a bit slowly. Yeah, that's a checkpoint flag, alright. Oh, whoops, got trapped. Yeah, so we just need to land dead center on Boom Boom to really be confident in getting a switch. Going off the scrolling boundary there actually kind of worked as well. Release the shell on the way up so we can bounce off of it. Again, easy read, it's just execution's been a bit sloppy. But yeah, that little momentum change here where you just slam the auto-scroll boundary and bounce back to the Koopa, that's surprisingly satisfying. As a momentum correction. Wonder is out on the 20th. I actually will not be online to play it the first few days because I have a very poorly timed scheduling conflict. But we will be streaming Wonder as our main thing on the stream as soon as I'm able to, which will probably be a few days after launch, so, you know, viewers will get a chance to see some of that before I do. Oh, whoops. You use it in Sloprano too, if I remember that one. Maybe. If I saw it, I probably would. Again, we have to make sure we hit Boom Boom dead center. If I'm doing that whole Goomba sequence a little too far to the left, that's not going to happen. Nope. We're released on a jump there. I was just trying to release that throw. We do need a full jump. There we go. Missed the on-off switch. You're supposed to hit the on-off switch, slam into the red blocks, drop down. And then there's going to be another drop after that. That seems interesting, but we'll get to that. Yeah, just do a bit shorter jump off of that platform. Without dawdling there too much. And of course we don't want to bounce off the wall like that. We do want to slam into it and drop. Okay. Once we get back there, of course. Yeah, there's definitely a natural tendency to try to recoil from that wall, because the switches have not been activated yet. We need to resist that urge. We also need to hit the switch accurately. And up ahead over there, it looks like we slam into the top of the slope and hit the note block. Or the down arrow that is coming up next. Okay. And it's the same kind of interaction as before, we were just a little slow at reading it. So waiting for the auto scroll to catch up to me so we could see what was going on, but we've read a pretty big chunk of this segment at this point. We know what's coming. A lot of hold right and full bounces as we bypass the Wiggler segment. A bit late on that, but we still made it, so not going to complain. Again, we don't want to bounce back like that. We don't want to correct. We just want to slam into the wall and drop. Whoops. And we can do it. Just need to defy one's natural platforming instincts to self-correct. And pull back. Paperboy levels end in a stunt course. And we'll read more about that in just a moment. Okay. Way off. Because we did the boost too soon, we need to reach the apex of that jump first, perhaps. Actually, I'm not exactly sure, but definitely just holding jump into the boot landing isn't going to work. Paperboy levels end in a stunt course, you're saying, so you want more Kaizo in this part. Yeah. You went more Kaizo in this part. Whoops. But yeah, we'll get back there soon enough. I, of course, was only seeing the red stiletto there for the first time, and so had to react to that fairly quickly and see where we were going. But we are supposed to do a controlled flutter with it. Have to be a little lighter on that jump. We shouldn't stall that much on the auto scroll anyway, we just need to do as short a bounce as possible over to the next platform. Nope. And if we do it that way, we of course shouldn't miss the switch. I think the auto-scroll isn't too much of an issue, though. If anything, we were already kind of hugging the screen boundary with my previous pattern, and so we need to tighten things up too much here. Whoops, no, don't want to hold right that long. You need to release as soon as we hit the wall. And I know that, but doing it is a different story. Okay, we're starting to miss this quite a bit now. Let's just fix it. No. Yeah, I'm just entering the Goombas a little too far to the left to begin with. So I would have lost so much progress here all of a sudden. Just need a bit of a fuller jump off of the first Koopa, I think, to reposition ourselves, because we definitely have thrown off the old pattern. Just a full bounce off the Koopa does solve that problem. Okay. Whoop, nope. Late. I missed the high bounce in its spring. And it is necessary. Yeah, full bounce off the Koopa solves that. Just need to consciously do it. Nope, we do need to hold right into that. That's there partly to trick out how your muscle memory may have carried over from the previous interaction with the on-off switch heading into the wall. Level conditions you to do one thing and it asks you to do the other thing, and that's the natural result. After that, it's a red stiletto. That's the main thing to deal with here. Oop. Let up on a jump a bit too much. No, once again. Straight into the pig. And then it's the stiletto right after that. Reasonably close. No. And of course our residual memory from what we were supposed to do on the previous point of failure carried over to exactly the wrong place that time. That's okay, we'll get it all straightened out soon enough. And down we go. Okay, nice big jump. Yeah, so the thing is, the boot should initially bounce right off the collision with the blade. So we should get a nice generous bounce off of it to the right before we get into the flutter animation. So getting into the boot, we should be holding right to basically take maximum advantage of the saw blade collision with the grinder blade that is nestled upon. We need to land on the boot a little more safely, of course, but we'll think about that when we get to it. Way too low. No, you just hold a full jump. You get into the boot, you hold jump for the maximum bounce, you hold right for the maximum forward angle. Often I think the simplest inputs are going to be the closest to the solution. And we just need to remember that. So, let's go. Not even close. That was not it. Maybe we do need to get a better angle on the boot's initial bounce. I was trying to just go hold right, hold jump, but that gets into flutter a little too early, I think, and so might not be right. We just haven't determined yet what the correct placement should be. We're obviously just coming in consistently a little bit low, so... Alright, here we go. No. We're bouncing off of that much too low. Kind of tells me that maybe I should be hanging back with the boot and straightening out a bit. Instead of doing the forward angle I was talking about, we actually need to gain height. Basically, we still need to sort out so much about the boot landing. Yeah, we don't have enough of a collision there to really get bounce off the saw to do what is intended. We should maybe even be leaning into the saw as we land. But let's go back there and determine that. Alright, there we go. Wait on the throw, but we made it. Wow, that was quite a miss. Depending on how you hit it, if you can stand on a cloud without touching the saw somehow. Yeah, I might be overcorrecting by landing on the boot a little far to the right to begin with, because previously I'd landed one attempt too far to the left and just hit the saw. So, might be leaning a bit far. Now, oh, that's much better. Missed a 30 coin, though. GG, look at that. Popping right up to the boom boom. I suppose he was the recipient of the paper delivery. Yeah, that time I was trying to face back into the saw to get that first bounce. It worked a lot better. Just get a better landing angle into the boot in the first place, instead of just hanging right the whole time. So, thank you so much for that, Squink. Victory art in the comments, let's take a look. And yeah, thanks so much for submitting it. Oh, look at that. That's the victory artwork. Okay. One came in. And yeah, that is you. That is still you. And then after that will be Argave, who I hope didn't just accidentally put his password in the username field and the username in the password field, because that seems like the kind of thing that would give you a username like that. I don't know, unless it's very culturally significant in a way that I can't decipher. Anyway, let's take a look. Terminator. Sewer? Dun 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 dun. That doesn't sound like Da 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 dum 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 to me, but I guess that's close enough. Or NES, perhaps. Okay. One of your dumber joke levels. Okay. Well, we should actually make that jump first. I mean, we just go cloud to cloud and up to the top. Oh, we do need to collect 7 1-ups, though. Yeah, let's not get hit by that. Let's not do that either. Let's just go over it. You're saying that sounds exactly like the NES game, yeah. Oops. Yeah, maybe a little bit one note, but... if it works... and if it's... faithful in just the right way, let's not do that. Let's be a bit more careful here. Failing all these miserable little early jumps. Okay. Let's actually remembered how to platform a bit. Then out we go. Yeah, you're saying it's accurate. I know, that's what I assumed you meant. Okay, let's take out the Goomba Tower. That entity limit doing its work here. You know, I wonder if it's possible to have damage frames and just jump up the Goomba stack. Oh, there's a dead fish. And here's another one. And it's taking the flagpole by itself. We're going to go back in here and we're going to try what I said about the Goomba stack. I just want to see if it's doable. It's probably just going to lower your clear rate here. Also, we're off the record by 11 seconds, but you can see where we were losing time at the very start. Let's actually have some momentum this time. Keep bonking my head on every single thing. Yeah, and we will move on to the next level shortly. I just wanted to try that one thing. Hopefully without taking too long with it. Okay. That could have gone a lot better. Yeah, we'll just try the Goomba thing, we'll exit out. I'll hopefully not take too many attempts to get back to it. Hang on. Why are we having so much trouble just with basic jumps today? All over the place. I've just been much too rusty at this lately. There we go. See some bombs up top. Okay, let's do this. You love and hate that this is your first looping music level. Hey, once again, it has the intended effect. Do I have enough frames to work with here? I think it's just stacked all the way up to the top anyway. But anyway, we've tried it. That's how it works. We're going to call it a win. Just testing. Okay, Argave. Argave Hewitt 3. Yuk 8. Maybe if I kind of stare at it long enough, I can see what kind of word emerges from that. Or just anagram it or something. Anyway, that's fine. Well, hopefully I didn't butcher your name in a way that is culturally sensitive. And if so, you'll just have to correct me. Anyway, here's Horrors of Thwomp Castle. Okay, that sounds like English. Argave Huey. Okay, Argave Huey. Good enough. Horrors of Thwomp Castle. Look at the illustration here of the Thwomp whacking the door. Very curious. And yeah, the shadows here, look. Sufficiently thrilling. Owls are just going to light up the night. And then we do need to deflect, hopefully. Oh, there's a POW up there, okay. And then as a dark level, this will actually give me plenty of information to navigate this. This is pretty visible. And a POW falls in and lights that up on the left. And then you will have to punch this to go through. That drops a POW. I mean, there's going to be a horrifying thwomp at some point. We'll just need to keep an eye out for it. Well, there you go. There's the horrifying thwomp switching off the lights. There we go. Okay, so we just needed to wait. Yeah, pretty navigable for a dark level, actually, and quite a good use of a mechanic that a lot of people don't really know how to design around. And then I'm sure you're meant to go back and trigger something. Yeah, thought so. And here's a chase in Thwomp Castle. Oh, we're gonna be late. Just slightly. Okay. You do need to wait for some triggers, but... Oh, yeah, maybe we shouldn't stand on that. That's a bomb that's meant to ignite. We're not going for speed record or something, but it would be interesting to try to trick out the triggers in such a way that you can do that. Oh no, don't want to get stuck here. Anything else? Can we go over? Oh, okay, guess not. Okay, it worked pretty well for dark level, and look at that, Mario just disappears out of the picture. Uh, 124 record. We're not really making an attempt at that, but thank you for that. We have a clear queue at this point. Or, oh, we have more 1K men, yeah. And yeah, Argave, feel free to submit more to me if you want. We've got a very clear list today. So we'll definitely take our time with everything and see as much as we're able. Thank you once again for the submission. Yeah. And let's see what 1K Man has for me this time. Big Rigs Over the Roads Racing. I only know about the existence of this game because it was kind of... it set some kind of record for lowest review score or something by some metric back when it came out. That's the only reason I've heard of Big Rigs Over the Roads Racing. I didn't know they ever patched Big Rigs. But okay, make sure you're a winner. I don't know how much institutional memory there still is for this, because it feels like it's very much like an early 2000s of video game joke that I'm lucky to recognize. But anyway, let's see it. Make sure you're a winner. Shine get. Reach the goal in a Koopa Troopa car. So, I mean, we're supposed to beat this thing in a race, but I guess we'll do it. Wonder if it's a tight timer. Oh, we do need to survive with the car, though. That seems to be a fairly important condition here. Nope, we failed it. But we can grab another one. Oh, good enough. This seems more like Excite Bike to me. Excite Koopa. That's very, very Excite Bike, in fact. I don't know how much resemblance this has to the original Big Rigs. Again, I don't really know it, so... I feel like the Koopas being asleep when you hijack your cars really does add to this quite a bit. I'm going to take this just in case. I guess this might be a reset door in case you lose the car, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, it is. Totally is. We have to, of course, successfully reach the flag. Given the Koopa car collision? Yeah, because we would need to reverse. There we go. In order to collide with it in such a way that we can grab the flag. But we got it, so. F. Belmont, welcome. And yeah, do let me know about the game you're playing. I don't know it actually. Signalis? Signalis? I know you just finished Omori last week, from what you were telling me. Do we actually have a clear queue at this point? The queue is actually clear, so if anybody wants to throw something in, you're quite welcome to. Otherwise, I'll just have to dial something up from the backlog. We almost never actually clear the queue, because it takes so long per level usually. But if nobody has any particular suggestion, I actually do have something that I can bring in, but we'll give you a moment. You just closed a book on that game? Yeah, like I said, I have no real concept about it, so. But anybody who just came in, if you have Mario Maker levels, we are wide open. Got nothing queued up at the moment, but I will check my codes list and just queue something in myself if we don't get a suggestion soon, because we do actually have stuff to look at, so. I'll just bring something in. I'll see what this is. Wrote down this code a little while ago. I believe it was from one of the MMGP sets. Yeah, so this was on Supernova's alt account. Diagonal Thwomps are back. We're doing it. Because I was going to do a backlog session with this one anyway, so. At Belmont, you're saying it's a wonderful game, not fully certain on what actually the story is about, but an interesting piece of work. Yeah. I feel like it does ring a bell, and that if I saw a screenshot of it or the trailer for it, I might recognize it. But I used to be much more attentive to the whole indie adventure market if it's part of that. But yeah, Diagonal Thwomp is going to get pushed out, and then we spin jump on top of it and over. So this was from the Mario Maker Grand Prix event from a couple weeks ago that a lot of streamers were involved in. Yeah, it is the falling muncher that is going to move the thwomp because the thwomp displaces the spike, makes the muncher fall, and then I think it seems to be a much more Nintendo-friendly implementation of this mechanic than the one that was previously deleted. Whoops. And then we don't want to do it in that way, obviously. Then have to be attentive to our spin jumps. Spin off this guy. And we want to get on a stump because the thwomp will push. A stack muncher will drop beside a stump and onto the thwomp and push it down. Yeah, just a little spin will do, actually. We don't need to go that high, because we want to get on that platform and then get off of it onto the upper thwomp before the lower platform starts to fall too low. Or maybe not. We actually want to ride the lower one down because the icicle is not going to get in the way, and the upper one is also going to get pushed at an opportune time, so we just need to ride the stump. Previously spinning on it worked, but we can also just, you know, land on it accurately for once. Okay. And we don't want to touch the muncher, obviously, from overcorrecting. We'll get there. And then we have to jump out of that, grab the key, and probably land on the upper one. Bounce. Well, we'll get back there and see it. Oh, it does kind of slow down a little bit at the end. I didn't realize that. I feel like we probably need to switch out of the stump at that point, but we haven't really determined much of anything about this yet. Because we jump up towards that. I feel like we need to get on the Wiggler before that point, but we'll read it again and see what we can discern. What about this whole spike block here? Or not spike block, what about the snake block here? Let's see what that's doing for me. I think that's just there to make sure you have a limited amount of time to deal with everything. Yeah, at that point I think we should be getting up to the Wiggler. And then we ride the Wiggler down to the key. And then we are able to get a bounce out of it. We don't jump up towards the key, that wouldn't work. Whoops, that wouldn't work either. But maybe we just jump out forward as we're descending and hope the Wiggler is in position to get caught. But yeah, that's correct, actually. We just need to double back after that. That is correct. Took us a moment to find it, but that was a satisfying solution, so. Yeah. Very satisfying little click to it. We do need to jump over to the cannonball, obviously, and just react to that a bit more responsibly. Oh, whoops, don't want to spill ourselves over, of course. But at least we know what the correct solution is now. And that the timing between the two thwomps actually will line it up quite nicely to make this jump happen. We do need a particular target for it, though. Mang, welcome. Mang, queue is empty right now if you want to tag something in after this level. Whoops. But we will clear it first. Alright, down we go. Back. And over. Over to this guy. And then spin jump over, except we read that too late. Luca, welcome. Yeah, if the two of you have any playtesting to send me, you're quite welcome to. As we have a clear queue right now, so we're just kind of messing around in this level by some hack we've never heard of. Anyway, let's go down here. Oh, whoops. Spilling right over. We go. It's very satisfying to get that bounce. It just clicks right into place. Oh, we failed to lower it because I went a bit low on that jump. We do, of course, need to get high enough to trigger the side thwomp. Otherwise, we have nowhere to go. And we need much cleaner landing on that. You have something not completely done, but you feel it needs to test for clarity? Yeah, that's fine. Feel free to drop that in, and I'll get to that after this one. Whoops. Yeah. Stalled out a bit there. And yeah, Mang, happy to do some old school Mang after that. Like I say in the title, we might be off viewer levels for a little while after this, just because Wonder is coming out. And I'm actually gone next weekend, I think, so I'm not even able to play Wonder on launch day. But we will be playing quite a lot of it until we're satisfied with having finished it. Whoops. And we'll see if there's much of a widespread interest in running co-op lobbies for it, but I will be playing it in single first, obviously. But it does mean that we're not here for viewer levels next week, and the week after that will depend on whether we're wondering. And yeah, that's the thing I was thinking, was that it might be helpful to start Wonder a few days late anyway, because to be honest, all of our viewers, literally all of our viewers, will be playing it. And so might as well give you a chance to look at it first so you can hold your tongue while I fool around with something extremely silly in the levels and do things in a completely unintuitive way. Whoops. Yeah, so very likely we'd be starting Wonder either on the Monday morning or Tuesday morning stream. For those of you in the EU. Rather than over the weekend directly. Oops. Keep slipping on that stump. Okay, there we go. That's not nearly high enough. I think we just need to jump over it, actually. We just do a full jump over to the platform. It's not going to be a spin on this one. No way with that kind of height. Oh, whoops, too late. And Divash, welcome. Oops. And so yeah, next viewer queue will probably be sometime out from here, but we'll see what our plans are after we have a better sense of the scale of what we want to do with Wonder. And as I've been saying, because of the shutdown of Mario Maker 1 next April, at some point we'll be pivoting to doing a lot of Maker 1. Not right away, but I definitely have Maker 1 content to show off while it's available, so... yeah. No, we needed to bounce to that sooner to get over to the cannonball on the right. I feel like a bounce on the left side probably is correct, though. To start that, we just left that jump much too late as the column was coming down. But spinning off the left side first gives me more height. Going into the second spin. And so that does look correct, we were just very slow to react. Oh, whoops. Once again, just much too close to that corner spike. Too bad we can't just have hazardous slopes, you know, just slopes you can't touch. So you don't have so many issues with corner spikes everywhere. Or at least have a few more degrees of freedom to polish off the tightness of certain jumps. That's one thing I never really hear people talk about in terms of wish list for a future Mario Maker. Is just a hazard zone that is a hazardous slope. Would actually be so helpful. Oops. Spike slopes would be nice, exactly. I don't know, artistically, if it makes sense for them to be spikes, but as long as it's something very obviously hazardous. Like a lava wall that looks suspiciously like a dash panel. For some reason, that actually feels like a very Kirby-like obstacle to me. I think it's because it's all over at a Great Cave Offensive or something. Oh, too late. First bounce should have been the one. I don't know why I delayed for the second bounce. First bounce and then over to the cannonball, over to this. That's, yeah. Well, the thing about slopes, though, is that, you know, even with the existing slopes, some hit detection and glitching could be pretty janky as it is. But yeah, lava slope would make sense. Something else obvious. Certain themes you could swap it out for an electric slope. Or something similar. Okay. Jump over. I bounce. I bounce. Oh yes, and then they all file into location. That's very nice, actually, that they are all within the same kind of activation zone. They all push at once, but then they're laid out in a sequence for spin jumping. That's a very unique setup. You're absolutely right that Super Mario World already has the lava slopes. Like in the Blarg levels. Okay. Launch. Very cool. Very, very cool. And Lantis, welcome. Good to see you. We need to ride this one to get the key, but then we need to take out the blaster probably, right? So wouldn't we... Ah, I see. So we need the thwomp to hit the key. Now, I guess this isn't... Oh, no, we just reload the room, obviously. Yep, we just need to release it with good timing to do that. What if it's a tutorial for an interaction that will be further developed in this area? But we're about to see. And then we have to land on the stumps, so we duck over the stumps, and then we see a stump setup that's going to be on the other side. After that, we need to land a little bit cleaner on the 10 coin, and that does give me an accurate target if we're just a bit better about timing. But as long as we don't spill ourselves over. And then the jump after that is going to activate the diagonal thwomp that is up top. And then we need that to be low enough that we're able to ride the other stump over the icicles. Nope, too low. You're saying every setup in this level uses something you've never seen before. Yeah, this is a diagonal thwomp setup, and... Whoop, it is... And just using the thwomp, as you can see, to push the spike, or in... depending on room, it pushes an object that is, you know, holding a stump. Not a stump, rather, a muncher. Muncher falls down, falling muncher pushes a thwomp. And we'll hopefully not get Nintendo'd like the last... Whoops, we missed a jump completely. We won't get Nintendo'd like the last time we saw diagonal thwomps, which I don't remember what the setup was for that, but we did record it at the time, years ago. So yeah, definitely the bit with multiple thwomps getting filed over at the same time, that was major highlight so far. So we lower that guy, we hit the on-off switch to peel the blaster, but then make the second thwomp go straight. Yeah, that kind of continuation of thwomp momentum, that's something very unique I haven't really seen. That was actually fine in terms of height as long as we duck, it's just that we were a little too far over on the stump itself. Oh, that's way too low. That's okay. Okay, there we go. Whoop, fun interaction, but we need to react to that a little bit better. We do need to jump, but then we need to land back on a falling object, I suppose. Oh, whoops. And we got plenty of room to jump back up as long as we don't go too low on that one. That was going to be a bit tight against the icicles anyway, so that wasn't going to work. Up we go. That's going to be a long flight because of the piranha being in the upward jump motion, maintaining the stump in position to slow the descent of the thwomp. That's a very unique interaction as well, actually. That basically everything is falling in that stack, but the piranha is also compensating for it slightly with a bit of a speed correction, and so you get this very long falling arc. That's a pretty special twist on what we've seen so far. And then, yeah, we need to jump up to the next one because that's going to project its way over. Again, we've been tripping all over the stumps, and we do need to watch out for stuff like that. We didn't jump high enough to activate the second Thwomp. That's a pretty clear mistake. Nope. Oh, was a little late on that. I knew it was coming too, we were just very, very late. Very low, but that's okay. We've actually got plenty of height no matter how low we go, as long as we are high enough in elevation there to be alive at all. Oops, no, once again, much too late. But you can see with the P switch activation that there's going to be a little bit of back and forth, and then the P switch is going to unlock the passageway over to the door on the top right in that room. That's how things will proceed. Yeah, stumps are pretty slippery, especially in the rainy season. Been slipping off of them like crazy. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Barely made it, but success is success. Oops, yeah, once again, if you're just slightly off, the momentum's going to carry you right off the edge. Whoops. Should have used Frog Mario for this part, exactly. Too bad about it being in Super Mario World instead. Speaking of Frog Mario and SMB3, by the way, our next thing that we're featuring this week, between now and Super Mario Bros. Wonder, is, assuming I can get it to work on my Wii U, I have the e-reader levels for Super Mario Advance 4 sitting around there. Those are the levels that were originally just released for the e-reader GBA accessory for the port of Super Mario 3. I've been meaning to get to those for a very long time, so we're going to squeeze that in this week between now and Wonder. We'll hopefully get through the whole thing. But that is the plan for this week, so just stay tuned for that. Okay, whoops, slipped off to that one too. Yeah, and then we jump off to another one on the way over, and that's going to project us back into the right place. Oh, there we go. Very stylishly ducking under the icicles, only to lose momentum here and fail to make it over. Oops. Nope, not quite. Yeah, I always have this habit of correcting slightly, and when you have that forward momentum on the stumps, that's a really bad idea. You just need to land firmly and confidently, which I didn't do on the first stump this time. A little too much overcorrection every time we land, so... Nope, once again. We just get shoved right over. Yeah, every time I land a stump, because of forward momentum, it's like we're getting displaced slightly to the right, and so we have to watch out for that. Because it's like the forward momentum there trips me a few additional pixels. And you can tell that, yeah, there's a bit of forward momentum when we land, and so we do need to correct for it every time. Whoops. Not there, hopefully, but you get the idea. So we pretty much always have to pull back against the direction of travel to have a safe landing on any of these. Just take an extra step in the reverse direction. Yeah, that actually does correct this completely. That's the way to do it. You always need to push against a stump by an extra step. Yes, you are supposed to hit that and then go up the columns for each successive thwomp. It's just like you're landing on stationary ground. Whoops. Yeah. That's very true, in that the forward momentum is going to carry you slightly over and you do need to do a dead stop. As we discovered when we landed on a stationary ground at that door and spilled right off. Whoops. Because mentally you kind of expect that you're going to be traveling with the moving target, and it's not the case at all. Okay, there we go. Or thwomp. Nope, missed the up pipe. Look at that. Such a prominent arrow telling me where to go, too. Whoa, very, very low that time. That's right, we'll get it eventually. Now we're slightly overcorrecting. But then I just landed too far to the left to begin with. That time. Alright, up we go. And in. Nope. I was tapping right on that landing, but clearly not enough. Too low. Nope. Oops. Okay, that was a much cleaner landing than we're used to. Definitely slipping up quite a bit, though. Whoops. Okay, not too low that time. Just barely within range. That was a lot more solid that time. There we go. Let's not miss the out pipe. There we go. Mechas, welcome. Oh, here's another one. Alright, current state of the queue, for those wondering, is going to be Luca. One came in, Mang, and Devach. Thank you so much for the GGs. And yeah, we'll proceed to the playtest. Glad Nintendo didn't delete it. Yeah, there's a bit of a story to that because the last time we saw a Diagonal Thwomp level out of Supernova on his main account, it actually was nuked. So there's a bit of history there, and I can see why it's on the alt account. I didn't type win because that wasn't in the queue anyway, I think. Or did I not clear the previous 1K-Man level? Oh, I think... no. You're first in the queue, then... Did I mess something up? I don't know. Oh, yeah, no, because 1K-Man said he had to go. Yeah, that's right. So that's okay. We'll just remove him when he's up. Yeah, I think you're correct. 1K-Man did say that he had to go, so... We'll deal with that problem when we get to it. Let's go to the playtest first. Yeah, I wonder why the order rotated around then. Oh well, that's okay. Boom Boom's Lap Nap. Catching some Zeds with the Nap Lad. Alright, wakey wakey. So you're saying this is something unfinished, but you need to test it. That's a lot of napping. So if we jump on Yoshi, if Boom Boom is trapped in that location, then what happens? Then he just stays there. But then we need to spin interaction here in order to take that through. Oh, right, because I see. We need to maintain the spin state going into the water, right? Because normally, if we spin, that gets cut off. But if I understand this, you're telling me that if we get on top like this, then we can actually break it. Wait, but Yoshi was on top here. But how do we get into the spinning state? We need to get into the spinning state. Let's see. There we go. Yes, that's what it is. People are definitely going to get stuck on this, but I feel like we understand it. Yeah, basically the bounce direction gets Yoshi on top there, but if you spin jump into him, Yoshi maintains the spin. Okay, we got it. I have never seen that, I don't think. That seems highly specific. Also, yeah, you need something like Boom Boom on the shell so Yoshi's fire doesn't kill it. Alright, so basically we would need to drop him here. Wait, are we within range to drop the Thwomp? Send the mecha up. Yes, we are, but then we need a spin interaction with the mecha when it's underwater. How do we go around quickly enough to make that happen? Like, basically we'd have to spin off of this, right? Unless we load the mecha over there and get it to push Yoshi. Unless we just need to be quick. But... whoops, nope. Did not double tap it. Yes, we are supposed to get out of there, bounce off the mecha, and then... Yeah, I think we do a series of bounces then. We go like this, spin, spin... Oh, no, we don't want to do that. Oh, I see. That prevents you from getting stuck. Yeah, you do need Yoshi there in order to get the spin. And then Yoshi is going to be in the spin. Then we can basically use the spin to kick the mecha, right? And then... Basically, I need to be a lot faster. Because we do need it to spin off of Boom Boom. Oops, no, we don't want to double tap to spin, though. We want to hold into it. And I do need the mushroom, I think, in order to have the ability to break blocks. So. Oh, no. Hang on. Okay, if we jump off here, works a lot better. This is a little crazy, but... Yeah, we need to swim up to this location and just spin quickly. Hold. A little bit faster. The thing is, I'm holding a full spin there, but the reason is because we can't touch to spin a second time. Or we will... well, let me think about this. Or maybe I can just jump off of this. Directly. No, I can't, because we need to spin interaction all the way over into blocks. Springs sound annoying? I mean, that's just Boom Boom snoring, right? That's just what he sounds like when he's snoring. No, we can't double tap to spin like that. We have to hold into it. Unless we do kind of a short bounce of that spin. I don't know about that. We're clearly supposed to get on Yoshi, spin, and then hit the mecha, but then it's going to be a pretty quick jump. No. But you need to hold into it. I suspect that I'm just being slow, but... Yeah, because it seems like we're just barely missing the window to spin into it. And probably because I'm just so slow at getting out of the water that we are not doing this part very well. And we have too high a bounce over there. But it's clearly supposed to give you an arc to jump from here to here, right? And then probably kick the mecha over, bounce it again, and then land on the right side. I highly suspect that's what's supposed to happen here, but we just haven't been able to bounce as quickly enough. I think the mecha needs to be all the way up top to do that. Because otherwise it gets bounced downwards. We're supposed to send it over, I think. Whoops. Oh. But we definitely need to maintain a spinning state. And charge it up using Boom Boom. Whoops. Let's try it again. Nope. Hang on. Don't double tap. I'm gonna burn a lot of time on this. Assuming it's even the right solution, which might not be the case. Because what if I spin... No, you can't spin directly into this as Mario. This is the thing. You have to have Yoshi there. Otherwise, that interaction doesn't work. Yeah, don't have a really good jump out of here, too, that's the thing. Let's try it again. Oh, whoops, no. Put it there right away. Yeah, we need to rehearse this a little bit, maybe, because we're here. We should get a landing right there. And we're supposed to kick it, right? No. Might have to change my approach here. Let's see. No. Hang on. Double tapping it too much. Unless maybe I just jump out of here as Yoshi. Kick it over. No, I don't think that works. Because we would need to spin as Yoshi. Maybe kick it over, drop Yoshi on top of it, like in a puzzle sequence. Nope. Hang on. Poor placement there. I feel like we are definitely supposed to kick it over. We're so slow on this. Nope, double tapped. My mistake. Yeah, because the thing is, it really looks like I'm supposed to hold spin. But that takes too long to get there. I don't think it's an execution issue. I think at this point I'm just missing intended interaction, perhaps. I'm not even holding run. Oh, that's actually a good point. That's what happens when I'm swimming, I guess. Which is actually unusual for me, too. Because maybe the angle there is going to matter. Nope, we don't want to double tap. I don't know why I keep thinking I will. Because we're not really thinking in Yoshi mode here. Whoops. Oh. Yeah, I think being out of water kind of knocked me out of always press run mode. We're just really bad at making this corner. That's not going to get you nearly over, though. I think you absolutely have to kick the mecha. And we're just not fast enough for it. I don't know if there's anything else I'm missing about this. If it's just an execution problem for me right now. Oops, no, hang on. Because we're definitely supposed to maintain this spinning state. Unless I'm supposed to swim with Yoshi and then get off of him. Time's up. Yeah, because maybe if we slap the mecha high enough to kind of get it above the one-way panel, and then we complete the whole interaction. I think we need to stop the mecha first. I keep thinking about it as a timing obstacle. Should actually be something I stop and get in position. No, because... Okay. So now we have this. And then we can do this, except we lost it. That's okay, we can still do this as long as we maintain spinning state. Let's send it back over. Okay, we made progress, finally. Oops, nope, hang on. There we go. Finally. Yeah, we should have just stopped to make it up there in the first place. I think sometimes I assume that, you know, I'm supposed to do everything first cycle because I know that a lot of your designs accommodate that, and that probably is doable, but only if you're particularly speedy. Okay, so over here, the next thing we're going to do is attempt to break this. How do we do that? Let me think about this for a moment. There's going to be, at some point, a bounce off of this. Well, let's explore this a bit. And we're going to break this gate over here by coming down under these coins. All of this is pushing in an interesting way. Let's puzzle this out, because we basically would need to maintain a spinning state all the way over here to break this thing and then drop the cannonball. Dropping the cannon would allow the cannon to land and fire upwards, and that gives me a jumping point. You'd have to go like here, cannonball, and then down. So the main obstacle here is breaking that first block. Wonder how that's going to work. Because we need to maintain a spinning state somehow. Perhaps by dropping into this pool. No, because why would that ever maintain the breaking state? Wow, it actually does. It's funny because I thought of that because I thought, okay, there's nothing else to try. But okay, this is very interesting. This is very interesting. I've never seen that before. That you can do this, you can actually paddle underwater as long as you don't hit the platforms and land. Because you're not in a landing state so long as you're doing that. And then you maintain the spin. This is pretty crazy. It's such a specific setup as well, I don't know how much flexibility there is to it. Okay, we're going to be dropping in this side this time, but that means we'll need... but that's going to be some kind of loop that you take from the right side. We kind of need to loop around up top first. Cloud. Ah! I think we need to lower the cloud and get Yoshi into the cloud, because if I understand this correctly, a cloud suspends you in the same way that the swimming state would, in that it doesn't count as a landing, right? And if it doesn't count as a landing, then technically we should be able to take it down and bust this. Which is incredible. But then it means that you would need to be able to get over here after the claw and maintain your position in the air. And then drop down here. You want to make a vertical Yoshi underwater level now? Yeah, that's interesting. That basically, so I think the logic behind this is, as long as, like, if you spin into Yoshi here, and you mount Yoshi... I don't know exactly what the priority order is here, but obviously you maintain a spinning state coming out of Boom Boom. And I think you do collide with Boom Boom first, right? And then you mount Yoshi at the same time. You maintain the spinning state so long as you are not touching ground. And if you're maintaining a spinning state, then you get onto a cloud, you ride it down, you get onto the claw, and then how do we proceed from there? Would we need a second cloud? Would we need something else? I feel like we would need to send the cloud up with some momentum or something, like you just swim up and then... Yeah, I actually think what's going to be is that you are riding the cloud, you just ride it up. If the claw catches you, cloud momentum should send the cloud up. Then you jump into the cloud, and then you ride it over again, and then you bust this down. Yeah, it's a really, really fun mechanic, but the level definitely kind of has to trust a player to stick it out and learn it, instead of just reporting it as being broken or something. No, that doesn't work. We needed to send the cloud up. I think we can do that, though, because I know that we've had... first of all, thank you for the raid from Tony. I saw Tony's name on one of the clears that we did earlier, too, so... So, Tony, you definitely had some viewers cross over to me as well with seeing your name on a clear or two today. Anyway, we're playtesting this crazy mechanic right now, which has to be seen to be believed. Okay, so I wonder if this is one of those, like the Net Document cloud level, where you send the cloud over with momentum, and then you basically jump out of that and send the cloud over to the other side. I only know this mechanic because of a Document level that uses it. I think it was Document. It seems like his kind of mechanic. That's what I'm thinking. It's that. So the idea is that you basically need to sail over and kick this over, and then you jump into the cloud from the claw on this side, and then you would maintain the aerial state over there. Now, one condition of this is that we need to break all of these yellow platforms first. And we'll see if we can do that. Okay, so let's do this crazy thing. Once again, this is utterly insane mechanic. And once again, we're going to try to do this the long way. No. Oh, why don't I just hit that first and then have the Thwomp send it up? Wouldn't that make more sense? No. Or actually, we don't even need to spin jump necessarily. We just need to land on that, right? So, but I think the way I did it previously was to jump out of Yoshi while I was in the water to gain a bit of speed. Whoops, that was not right. We did have a method for this, which... Yeah, then we run into it. That's the trick to it, actually, is to run into it while it's bouncing. Oops. And then we just spin. Oh, we lost it. Okay. I don't know how we lost a state, but... Probably hit some kind of collision there that I didn't expect. Oh, nope. Not far enough. There we go. Okay, and then same idea over here. I love that initial setup, by the way, with the firebar tracked. Just getting that. And then into the correct position. So yeah, so this teaches you that you don't touch ground. Oh, I said don't touch ground. As long as you don't touch the ground. No, we did hit the edge there. Let's move Yoshi a little closer to the left. Then you swim. You try not to get caught by the platforms like the way I just did. No, hang on. Let's actually watch the timing. We basically miraculously got it in the first try last time. But... and then we bop this. Now we go over here. For the cloud interaction, we're going to bust all of the yellow blocks because we will need to land through them. And then we kick the cloud over, yeah. I don't know if I would have thought about the cloud kicking mechanic if I hadn't seen it before, but... I said you only have so many options here, so... And you'll need to lose that cloud. I don't know if it's something that's doable a bit faster, but... no, we do need to get it over quickly. And then... get over there before... no. No, that can't be right. We need to maintain the jump state once we kick the cloud. Wait, let me take a look at the priority order thing here. What if we... I don't think we actually tested this earlier, that we... spin jump... yeah, spin jump actually just works the same as standard jump because the dismount with the cloud takes priority over the dismount on Yoshi, so we just basically need to kick that over as fast as we can. In one single cycle. And we can do that, we know how to do it. Whoops. It's gonna be too slow, but... yeah. We need plenty of momentum going into that. Much more than we're getting over here, so... that should be close enough to touch, I hope. And that'll break that. Great. Tough to execute, but oh, we got it. Yeah, so I figured it out eventually. It is very much a puzzle element, and I'm sure that you were probably concerned about whether you're teaching the mechanic with the way that things were set up. But obviously, you know, it constrained my options enough that eventually we just had to try it. But it worked. And that's a fun mechanic if you can kind of figure out how certain things are communicated. The mecha is the one room that definitely stalled me out a bit because I think it was one where I took a while to decide whether it was a kind of strategic problem for me in terms of doing the wrong thing, or if it was just a timing problem. And it was uncertain for a long time because I felt like that maybe it was just a timing problem. When it was doable slowly. And I think the seesaw margin on that swamp in terms of how that looks relative to the player's timing for getting back to the mega is ambiguous enough that I wasn't clear exactly what problem I needed to solve. So that's the only thing. I mean, I knew very clearly what I was supposed to do in terms of setting up the mecha for a series of bounces that would get it across that row. But it wasn't clear from a while whether failing on that was a timing issue or just a poor choice of approach. So there's a previous level that will teach it better before this one. Yeah, I guess it's because it's in the Super World sequence anyway. So anyway, hope that was a useful playtest. Let's mark that as a win. And then Next in queue was one came in, but I think I just failed to remove him earlier when he said he had to go, so let's just remove him. Unless he comes back and complains. Because he did say he was going, so. And next is going to be Mang. And then after Mang, what do we have? We have Divach and Mechas currently. And yeah, welcome once again Esberg, Annie Esberg. He's still open while we make it through some more levels. And let's get back to some old school 2020 Mang. Getting pretty deep in the list at this point. And then, oh, there we are. Wall Kick Cavern. And even if you get to some of the really old stuff, I think I might not have streamed some of these ones because I would have only started streaming around this point, and so in 2020. And so some of these I probably never recorded, even though I do have the clears on them. Unless you had sent them to me independently at some point. So anyway, Wall Kick Cavern is going to be the one. You can now wall jump in Super Mario World. Press the jump button when hitting the spring. Percentage on this seems low enough that we'll probably close the queue at some point, either during or after this level. But you're saying it's time for some precise BS? Well, maybe so. Press the jump button when hitting the spring. We'll see it. I don't know if I've seen you implement this mechanics anywhere else as well. That I know sounds familiar, but maybe not. Okay. Well, at least you get a safe landing here. It might not be the case later in the level, but... There we go. Let's practice this, actually. There's the SMB1 wall jump. Yes, that's right. I think I'm probably thinking of the SMB1 wall jump. Whoops. And yeah, you do need to be very quick on the button. Oops. I mean, I guess it's kind of janking its way around a twister the whole time too. Hey, first try. Nope. We need a backup plan if we look like we are going to fail. Still the least jankiest Mang level? Oh, maybe so. I don't know. Yeah, we're hitting that at a bit of a lower point. Oh, we'll see about that. Need a nice full jump to get up there in the first place. Okay, the first one feels pretty nice. I guess we just don't know how to do it in the other direction very well, but... And then that's going to be spins, right? I mean, you have this platform over here. I wonder if that implies that you're supposed to ride it down or... anything. Whoops. Yeah, Divac, you're saying you like how you're saying it's precise, but put a spike by each jump? Well, it just needs to kind of hit the top corner there. No, actually, it's just a timing. It doesn't matter where you make contact. I don't think. You made this idea, you wouldn't put a single spike anywhere, and yeah, just go for the super high clear percentage of people trying jumps again and again, like in your snowball levels or anything like that. No, it should be a spin across here. I don't know why the falling panel matters. Maybe because going off that corner throws off your ability to spin. Okay. Hey, that. Okay, no, that's perfectly fine, actually. You just slide out of that, but you need to do it a little faster, because at that point, if we've already spawned in the spinies, then we don't want them to be walking over too far once they've been loaded, so... Well, I guess you do get into the rhythm of it after a while. Nope, that's a spin. But we're making the jumps, which is important. Okay, look at that. Showing some signs of improvement. I'm glad I get to retry this one. And then checkpoints. Go. Alright, Thwomp. It is going to be standard jump into that, though. Let's hold the spin jump to get maximum height out of that. And then bounce this way. And this way. Okay. Whoops. I got caught by the twister, but not the spring. The twister bumped me up. Okay. Here we go. I actually think I want to get caught by the twister, maybe. Because we definitely can't just make that jump by itself. Josh Bones, welcome. Whoops, let's watch where we're going. Yeah, we kind of want the twister to send us up. It's okay to get caught a little below the spring, because as long as we're far enough that the one-way panels prevent us from hitting the spikes, we actually want a bit of that upward momentum, don't we? Whoops. Whoops. Maybe a bit more than that, though. And Red Nye, welcome as well. Okay, let's go. Well, let's not completely fail this jump. Whoops. Alright, try it again. Yep, riding the twister is perfectly valid. That kind of jump off Divine, however, is not. Let's try not to fail too much at the easy stuff. Okay. Whoops. Nope, you do lose the opportunity to do that after the first try, so... Whoops. Came in a bit low, the twister pushed me up before we were quite ready, so you can't aim that low and just rely on a twister to do your whole job for you. You do need to lean into the spring a little bit. Whoops, now we're just missing every time now. No, we just came in at a bit of a low angle that time. After having done this successfully many times. Okay. How do I have so much trouble? Jumps like that. Whoops, no. Yeah, that's got to be a Twister ride, given the height. I'm not just going to make it up. Optivine. Without assistance. Whoops. But again, we just need to lean all the way in until we make contact. It's just a slight adjustment. And that was once again too quick. I mean, we've played so many Mang levels in the past that we're all about just bouncing off. With trampolines, they should be second nature by now, but... we'll see. Oh, whoops. I don't know why I keep having so much trouble getting Optivine, but we'll try to fix it. Yeah, we'll probably close the queue fairly soon and finish on Josh Bones later today. There we go. Just needed to lean into that spring properly, and then 3 1-ups for Endless. Nope, Zed. We saw that coming, but reading indicators is going as well as it usually does. Endless 1-ups, disgusting. Whoops. And Ich bin slow, welcome. Yeah, so we're definitely closing by the time we finish this level. In terms of new submissions, as usual, we'll play through everybody remaining in the queue after that. Oh, whoops, no. Once again. I say that partly because I know how long I sometimes take on Josh Bones levels in particular, and we, of course, don't know yet about some of the people new to the queue. But for anybody new, my policy usually is that even after we close the submissions, we will play everybody who is still in the queue. Yeah, thank you for the submission, Ich bin slow. Oh, whoops. Came in a bit low there. I knew where I was going, but... And yeah, Drabish Advisor, you're so down for Wonder. Well, as somebody who's also a co-op specialist, despite a lack of collision or fully cooperative interactions, I'm sure there's a lot to look forward to on that score, too. Nope. Bad angle there. And yeah, looking forward to Wonder. For anybody joining me late, like I said, we will not be running a queue next week because I might not be able to stream next weekend anyway. So we might be starting Wonder a few days late, which will give time for people to play it and then try their best not to spoil me. But we will be switching gears to Super Mario Wonder when it comes out, for sure. And this week we will, in the meantime, be doing the Nintendo e-reader levels in Super Mario Advance 4. That's the next thing I plan to stream, assuming we can get my Wii U to work again. It's working, I just haven't streamed with it for quite a long time. And I meant to get the Wii U set up again anyway, because we are planning to do a lot more Maker 1 before it shuts down. Yeah, you're saying the collision decision is a very good one. Yeah. It is true that it leaves you more room to actually play dynamically. Although Collision led to some pretty hilarious moments in both the New Soup games and in 3D World in particular. I just remembered. You see, the first time I ever cleared Champion's Road was in co-op, and I remember there was one particular jump, like, you know, with those platforms right in the first room with the diagonal platforms, where we would just keep bumping into each other at a takeoff point on most attempts. It wasn't just on that level, too. There was another one like that. It was in one of the late worlds, where you just start with going diagonally, and then so... Because there are people constantly picking each other up and throwing when they meant to run around you in the first place. It would be horrible if they implemented a Maker, yeah. Yeah, I guess I'd wonder, because everything is designed A for platforming and B for single player, to accommodate single player anyway. There's nothing co-op exclusive. It's not like you need to rely on Collision for any kind of co-op puzzle mechanics, right? Because nothing's going to be co-op exclusive regardless. Unlike the touchscreen boost mode levels in the original release of New Super Mario Brothers U, not New Super Mother 3 or whatever I was going to say. Oh, whoops. And then anticipating the momentum correction up top as we make that turnaround. New Super Mother 3, exactly. Gotta find the right fan translation for it. Oops. Yeah, I assume, of course, that in New Soup U Deluxe that all of the touchscreen stuff in the original is gone, because it does need gamepad co-op to work. But figuring out the boost mode medals in the original release was actually pretty interesting. You just have one person dropping platforms while the other one's trying to best play Mario. You had to go in with a rather coordinated plan. So, the kind of asymmetric co-op that one doesn't see very often anymore. Certainly not in platformers. Whoops. Missing that jump every time. We'll get there. Nope. Didn't lean into the wall enough, and we just got caught by the twister. Whoops. Well, we were reasonably close. We'll make it out of that room soon enough, I'm sure. Famous last words. Whoops. But yeah, we'll see how quickly we can get out of here and... Whoops. And if I'm coming into Wonder a few days after release, I'll definitely have to be avoiding things like YouTube, so automated recommendations don't just push Mario spoilers at me for a full week straight. I just feel like that's a risk factor I have to be aware of before a big game all the time now, so. But yeah, like I said, we will be playing it. We'll be going through single first, and then we'll see if there's any interest in co-op lobbies after that. Nope. Knocked down. Well, if we manage to make that turnaround, then it's just a matter of bopping shells. Internet already showed you lewd elephant art. Well, that's just what the internet does. Super Mario Rule 34, the prequel to Super Mario 35, which, as you'll notice, has also been deleted. Whoop, totally overshot, and then probably just one more. Because it is ground tiles all across the top. Whoops. Getting there. Well, I knew I wasn't going to make it that time, just the momentum going into that right side shell was totally off. It wasn't going to happen. Overcorrected. At least the bounces were going a lot better that time. And out. I feel like we're going to hit something. That's not what I was going to say, but now we know. Can exercise some trigger discipline with those GG emotes. It's not a clear until it's a clear. Look, you have to respect a thematically appropriate troll. That smiley face on the left side of the goal just kind of letting you know what's about to happen too. Because I was definitely looking at that and thinking, is there a way I can actually get across to the clouds on the left side? Well, as it turns out. We might be here for a while yet, then. You can just see the clear rate dropping by so many percentage points because of that jump. Oh, whoops. I do have to wonder what your hit rate is for seeing people run into that when playing this level on stream. I mean, I guess it's been out for such a long time now. You might not have seen it for a while, but... Oops. Alright, we just need to not lose our touch as we to make it all the way back. Nope. A lot of people jumped into the springs but reacted fast enough to not die. Well. Here, our playthroughs are special. Aim in low. Almost there. Okay. Yeah, just need to do a bit of correction on those sometimes. They are all very much controlled jumps, as far as I can tell. I mean, not that we've optimized a route or anything. Then there we go. And 4 months since you uploaded a level and longer since you've been on this channel. Yeah, welcome back. You got in just in time because I was about to close the queue to new submissions, but we will play through the list. Yeah, against Sokyan. If I'm pronouncing that anywhere near correctly, welcome back and thank you for submission. And thank you, Mang, for this blast from the past in Wall Gik Cavern. We certainly got kicked by those walls. No mistake about that. So yeah, next time we go down the list, it'll be Boom Boom's Secret Hot Spring. But for now, we are closing. So dial in whoever's next. Devatch is here. And we'll go through the list after that for anybody who is able to stay. Ludwig's power ship. Okay, queue is now closed. Let me just update stream information to reflect that. And the bot display, just in case. And we'll play. Neat tip. Bomb explosions can destroy Ludwig's beams. We'll see how that becomes relevant. Reach the goal without landing. Oh, and it's going to be Link. If we hit the on-off switch, we need to do that without leaving the ground, so we'll do that with an arrow, obviously. Oh, but then we will need to jump out of here anyway, won't we? So, well, it's low gravity. Well, wait, no, don't we have a... E is up there, okay. But then we can basically send a bomb up. And maybe we can spike it or something. No, hang on. Let's think about it. We should actually get on top of this and ride it up like a sensible person. And shield into it. And probably get an arrow shot for the key. It'll be in this location. Okay, we're a little out of position for that guy. drop shot's going to get intercepted by the on the switch over there, but if we have a diagonal shot. Hang on. Oops, no. Let's figure out where to shoot from first of all, and then we can figure out the correct angle since we failed a clear condition anyway. Or maybe we don't do that at all. Let's think about this. Because we would need to stay on the ground for sure. So even if you had the blaster come down, yeah, you would need a blaster in order to come down this way. But what you can do is you can launch a bomb over here. You can drop a bomb in this location. And then have the blaster go back and forth, and you just need to make sure that when it comes here, you fire and grab the key. Okay, let's start over then. But then you would basically need the bomb to land in position over there. What if you, yeah, fired a bomb and just tapped it over? Well, yeah, that is the way to do it, but after grabbing the key on the other side first. That is a fun interaction. We just need to watch out for Ludwig in the meantime. There we go. I always enjoy these puzzly elements too. Things like this, and there is a bit of a timing challenge as well, of course, as we build Ludwig. What comes out from the blaster over there? We need to do something with the flop by bombing this out first. Whoops, nope. And then you would get in here, and that would send you up. Except we've lost Master Sword, so we can't do anything here at this stage. But I think it is going to be a bomb that drops here. The conveyor belt is going to push the bomb into the central location. That would toggle the switch. Then we just ride this across. Oh, we could have gone through the door and grabbed the Master Sword, maybe. Unless we don't get a refresh in that. Let's try it. Oh, it's a clear condition level anyway, so we'll see how strict it is about anything. Let's not get pushed by the projectiles. Then we'll stand in an appropriate location. We'll take the lift once the projectiles are clear. Then this will move. Whoop! Nope. We need to drop it. Yeah, the only thing here is that we can't really see this going in. I mean, it's pretty obvious that you are supposed to hit the on-off switch at that point, but we should look at it anyway. I should also look at whether there was a Master Sword refresh. I don't think there was. Okay. Stand a little ways over. So we... Oh! Didn't expect to get pushed by that. Hang on. There's no replacement sword though, right? We just have to keep going. Yeah, I thought so. So if we get hit with the sword, we do have to start over. Oh, whoops, nope. Yeah, I guess we were kind of caught in that ledge during the shield bump. Well, the shield stopping a projectile, rather. That was unfortunate timing. That's right, I don't feel like the execution is particularly tight. I think it's fine so far, but we are in the early rooms. We just need to be careful about not taking hits. As depending on projectile pattern, it is very easy to potentially Just sit on something without meaning to. Sit on one of these Ludwig projectiles. Let's just be careful where to stand. Watch out for the timing here. Let's do soft drop this time. That should... can also just do a timed throw. No. Oh, no. Yeah, it should be a timed throw, just... with better timing. Maybe one blink. Almost. Nope, maybe back a bit. There we go. So we stand in this location, 2 tiles left of the donut block, and do a throw there. And then we need to do something similar now with conveyor belt. Potentially causing issues. Yep. Oh, that was a shield there. Then... yeah, conveyor belt's gonna take that out. Oh, nope, got peeled. Yeah, nice shield in the previous run, but not here. Okay. That's fine. We do need to take the risk of holding onto the bomb a little bit, but not too long. And we have a pretty concrete method for this room. Bad timing on your comment? Oh yeah, we do that a lot. I do find ways to joke. You know, why don't I just tap this in advance? And then we just skip the first bomb. No reason not to. Then we just don't worry about the first bomb. We will need to deal with the second one, but... unless this makes it harder to drop the bomb correctly. We do need to stand in the appropriate location, but... nope, that's going to peel me from the bottom. Yeah, we are sometimes not going to stand at a very good location for that, but... okay. This method is very clear, at least. And we'll proceed. Yeah, the fire angle from Ludwig... oh, no, I didn't want to hit that soon. Hang on. I was planning to hit the on-off switch, just maybe not right then. How to compensate for all the low gravity, too. Skip this first, good. Now we bomb this, we stand here. And then let's watch over this projectile as we head up. Then watch out for where we're standing here. Nope. Not the timing I was going for. That's okay, we'll just send it back. Yeah, we'll just do it again. Okay. With a good bomb throw timing, the conveyor doesn't matter, so... watch out here. Nearly got peeled again. That it? Now we do need to ride the donut block back down. Then we try not to get hit by that. Then we'll be extra careful. And we'll take the next door. Alright. Looks like it will be another bomb that we need to suspend in place. But we'll need to work on the timing for that too. We'll stand here. We have a somewhat consistent safe zone. Except we need to actually stand on the blaster, so we don't do that. Let's map out the interaction though. We hit that. We have the same thing over here with the Thwomp. Raising one Muncher. Or rather the Thwomp raising the blaster over the top. We probably want to maintain this in the off states, depending on which side we're doing first. We'll have to see, because we might have to bomb the right side first anyway, so... Alright, let's try it again. Okay. Need to watch the appropriate spacing. Then let's wait for the next cycle just to be absolutely safe here. Okay, good. Didn't get chipped by that. Okay, that was a concerning shield almost. Seemed like it would push me off the platform for a moment. Oh, nope. We got hit by that. Yeah, I forgot that we would be reactivating the Thwomp. That's okay, let's keep doing this. Oh, I guess not. I was going to scout ahead with Link to see if we can read some of the later interactions, but we'll not be doing that, I guess. That's alright. Let's wait patiently. Send this right up. Just do everything fast enough that Ludwig's not too much of an issue. Let's watch for the Thwomp. Get off right away. Okay, that's actually been pretty efficient so far. We just need to watch out for the rest now. Oh. Watch the timing here. Oh, nope. That's okay, we didn't lose the clear condition, that's the important thing. You know, the bounce by itself should be able to do some of that for me. Let's actually toggle the switch in the previous room. Yeah, because the bomb bounce by itself might get the on-off switch without my assistance. It's a tricky place to stand up. Okay, there's a bit of a timing issue. We'll wait for a blink. Nope, and it clips me on the way down. Okay. You wish you had patience for puzzle levels in your own time? Well, the puzzle element isn't too difficult here. It's much more about the execution in some ways. Particularly the projectile timing. I mean, it's still interesting to figure out, but the puzzling isn't the hard part. Oh, wrong way. Whoa, no. Okay, that was a well-timed shield over there on the way down. Yeah, we play puzzles pretty heavily here, so I'm used to much slower levels in this one, that's for sure. Okay, let's watch and wait. Well, I mean, if it weren't for having to dodge projectiles, the level would be significantly more trivial in some ways, but there are some things to the projectiles in this where I don't feel like I can predict how I'm going to slide into another cluster that's already been fired. Yeah, and then finding the appropriate timing too. We had such a great timing earlier. There we go. Belt's gonna do some work for me here at least. Okay, almost got clipped on our feet there, but let's get out. Close call. All over. Then... yeah, the problem is that sometimes the projectiles are just going to be very inconveniently placed. Or... so trying to make it across. Okay, good. Like that. I don't know if you want the off state. We might, unless we're going in the right side first. You know what? Let's actually try to hit the off state first. Hang on. Missing every shot here. Just gonna see if I can skip an interaction. Actually, that might not be right. Because we don't have a good way. I mean, I suppose you would use a bomb to hit the on-off switch over here. Maybe it's a bit of a timing element too. Okay, maybe we should do the other side first then. Except that doesn't help because you would still need to hit it. Oops, let's not jump off the ledge. I wonder how dead Mario Maker is going to be after Wonder releases. Yeah, I mean, there was definitely a huge decline with Zelda earlier this year, and I know I was partly responsible for that myself, just from largely switching over to Zelda for much of the year. But definitely with a mainline Mario coming out, there's going to be significant overlap in audience, so... let's see. I feel like we should be figuring out the timing for that, but you need to get within 2 spaces. Unless there's a better way to do it. I don't know, it looks like we are definitely supposed to hit this switch over here. It's just... if we can get it over to... if we can get a bomb just launched in the correct position here. Nope, not like that. I don't see what our options are otherwise. Because we had it in the off states. We still have a similar problem. Maybe. Yeah, we need to work on our timing here. Maybe not. Let's think about this, because what do we... Gotta drop that blaster over there. No, we just need to find the optimal location and timing for it. Doesn't seem like that's gonna get close enough. Let's think about this. What if we did a soft drop here? And then try to take it over this way. Oops. Instead of doing a full throw, we try to get it up to the corner. Hang on. Or if we tap it with the sword first. Hang on. Just trying to do that throw. That might be right, actually. We just need to do it faster. I actually like that idea. There we go. There we go. That's correct. But then now we need to get across this gap using a bomb at an appropriate location. Let's see, because with 2 tiles, you would need to get it in that corner. Unless we... Yeah, that's fine. That actually doesn't fail it. And in fact, if we hit the off switch this way... no, we do get bumped, because the recoil actually does fail the condition. That's fine. Let's just continue mapping our way through this while we still have Link. Because basically you would cycle around here, you would come over here in the current state. And then... you can take it over this way. And then you'll be able to come over, assuming there's no projectile, of course. Then... that off switch you can hit. What is the ultimate goal here, though? Well, to get the key and then get back down with the key. 13 seconds. That's okay, at least we finally mapped out how this is going to work, and so... we just take a donut block back here, and we just try not to get caught out by the thwomp like we did previously. Let's just do it again. Having spent the full 500 on it. Well, it's so long because I was making it look long. I was taking forever on the bomb interaction. It shouldn't be that long if you know what you're doing. But definitely there are some timing elements to work with here. 2 minute 27 on the record. Yeah, no, it's not that long. We're only in the second room here. We were previously at the third room. We just do it slowly, that's all. I'm not too concerned about it. Okay. Okay, nearly got chipped by that, but hit it. Nope. World record is actually really fast, yeah. Seems like it would be. Just have to be really careful with shielding sometimes. Let's wait for the next cycle here. Yeah, basically, you're 2 spaces out, you wait for 1 blink. We at least have a consistent method for it. We have to go left as soon as we land. That keeps tricking me out. Nope. Thought I could shield into that, and that was poor position. That's okay, we're getting better at the early parts. We'll be able to get out of here soon enough. Hope. Wait for that to pass by my feet. And up we go. Okay, that was nearly poor. Nope. I bumped back just a little too inconveniently. Okay. Okay, that works at least. Nope, let's get out of there. I keep forgetting about that guy, and that was very nearly a problem. Okay, back to this room. Let's... Yeah, the thing is, I don't always know if I'm going to hit, and so... that has caused some problems. That was a pretty good shield into that one, though. And now Ludwig's off screen, and we don't need to deal with him immediately. Let's actually change this first. Nope, hang on. It's going to be a sword tap followed by diagonal shots. There we go. And yeah, we don't want to recoil against that. I think we just need to run across. Then, tap. We do this. Then, I think we do need to tap the on-off switch first, if we can. No, not like that we don't, but we might be able to drop a shot against it, like this. Almost, but not, nearly got hit. Oh, not quite. Drop shot doesn't quite work here because it's going to go vertical. Okay, we got it. Then we go left. Actually, we didn't need to do that anyway because we're not going on the left side. We need to get the key first, so... Never mind. So that was a mistake. It's alright. On. There we are. Then, now we run across. And then we're going to have to set a bomb We'll run this on-off switch. Probably. Not gonna be that. We need to basically shoot it into location over there. I think. Nope. Got hit. That's gonna be a tricky one. I think we actually just do a drop shot with an arrow. Yeah, Red and I guess I'm progressing slowly, but we're steadily making it. But we'll solve it, and I'm pretty confident we will. It should have been a drop shot from an arrow. That on-off switch was extremely exposed. Trying to do it with a bomb is just going to lead to all sorts of problems with inaccuracy. Okay. I've basically found my preferred timing with this obstacle, so gets us into much better shape. Okay, nearly got hit in the head there. We'll just bust through that. Same idea here. Let's stand over here. Okay. There we go. Forgot to shield into that too. We could very well have just run into something, but we didn't. Okay. We do want the state switch here just to get the next platform available. Oops. There we are. Then we just run it. And run it. Then we just keep going. Alright. Okay. Let's just time the shot better. There we go. Then I'll want to shield out of some of this stuff before we do anything. Okay, got it. Let's find a spacing for drop shot against this guy. Above Ludwig? Yeah, right above Ludwig is actually the way to do it. Right in the middle there. Almost. The right side tile beside him. Let's not stand too close. Oh, nope, we stood too close. Yeah, but it should be based on an arrow shot. It's just that we need to find the correct location for it first. Alright, let's try it again. We'll steadily make it there. Can we make it past this one? Yes, we can. Yeah, we basically wait for one blink. And we are over. That's become pretty consistent lately. Safe right above Ludwig. Yeah, I think you might be right. Because he probably shouldn't shoot me directly from below. Given that's my arrow shot location anyway, maybe that's okay. Oh. Give it a blink first. Alright, good. Let's shoot this again. Okay, that's pretty consistent once you figure it out. It's funny because this is essentially like a Captain Toad level almost. Ground condition. The way it is. Oh, shield into that. That was nearly a miss. There we go. Alright, let's watch our feet here. And then, yeah, it's gonna be in this location. And we drag ourselves across. Should be an arrow shot over to that on-off switch. And then we drop and we try not to lose to the bump over here. Oh, okay. I feel like we'll need to... Well, we'll need to shoot him for sure. We'll just need to do it this way instead. And not get into too many problems. After all the interactions we've had so far, this is comparatively not too much of an issue, I think. There we go. And we actually could have gone off the edge there too. And then we're not going to fail the condition, we just take the clear. So yeah, it took about 200 seconds there. It's not going to be the record, I don't think, but off by about a minute. Yeah, the record must be quite tight. Anyway, thank you so much for Ludwig's Power Ship. That was a lot of fun. And very satisfying to figure out. One little bit at a time. Let's make that a win. And Mechas, thank you so much for waiting so patiently. Let's see what you have. Dagon. Let's see it. Hope I enjoyed the level. I hope so. Thank you for submitting it. Okay, it looks pretty traditional here. We'll see if it remains the case. Traditional with lots of hammers. Nothing here, but let's watch our feet. Whoop. Let's watch the spikes there too. Yeah, I have to dodge a couple of different things here. Then let's pop that. One up for Endless. Then let's dodge this guy quickly before we run into too many problems. Let's wait for a good cycle with the spikes. Actually, Actually, you know what? Not gonna do a thing. Oh. It was tricky, but we made it. Maybe a bit impatient there. And here we are. What a happy looking mole just following me around everywhere. As usual. Okay. Yeah, I guess because the spike ball remains alive for so long, even when it's past where I am on the screen, that's... Try to divert the shots a little bit. Okay, we got it. Whoa, the guy just walked right into me. We should have seen that coming. Yeah, lots of danger indeed. Oops. But as usual with piranhas, if you just plan ahead and try to direct their shots, that does improve things considerably. With the spikes, you just take advantage of how long the spike balls are remaining alive. Yeah, they must have hit some kind of limit or something in the double spike pit later on. Let's see, though. Or maybe not. I don't quite know why these ones just stop. They must have hit a limit earlier. Because the spike balls remain loaded for quite some time. Because we were just doing everything so slowly, they seem to have stopped. Anyway. Yeah, always have to remember that the spikes do walk off the edges. I don't think about that so much simply because we play so many levels where spikes are rooted in place, and so... Because usually they're setting up spike balls or snowballs that are meant to be in a fairly consistent location, so, you know, you don't actually see them walk around that much in a lot of levels I play in, so I just wasn't watching out for their movements at all. It's this guy here, you see. Oh, nope. Had to watch for the second ball. And yeah, Josh Bones, like I was saying, often with spike ball setups, we just don't see them move. But anyway, it's nice to play something that's very clearly a traditional style level that is still at this kind of moderate level of challenge, like it's kind of late game mainline Mario. I feel like a lot of people don't manage to achieve that balance. And then let's walk around. No power up over here. We'll just watch out for this hammer. Oh. No, let's wait. Oh, whoa. Reacted to the bullet and I just didn't even think about the ceiling because I thought, whoa, I guess we have to deal with the bullet. Let's wait for the next cycle. Didn't quite work. Didn't even think about getting dunked. And let's bust him. Yeah, we could probably go fast here and just get past a plant, but I'd rather just get a good timing on this. wait out this spike for just a moment here. Yeah, because it throws a double volley and that's why they walk around. Yeah, they weren't entity blocked or anything, they were just walking around after the second shot. Earlier, I think. Oh, nope. Just totally shot down there. Would be nice to keep this power up as long as possible, yeah. As usual. Because it's not the platforming that's the main threat, it's just a lot of the projectiles, and so. Of course, while you're Super Mario, you're just such a big target. Which just goes to show how well designed the whole concept of the Super Mushroom was in the first place. That, you know, on one hand you're safe, on the other you are easier to hit. Of course, original Mario doesn't have so many situations where having Mushroom actually makes your platforming harder, which is, I think, very often the case in Maker. Whoops. Almost made it there. Then let's do this and this. Yeah, we can totally go faster, I just don't want to risk it. Let's wait for the second cycle here to get the dry bones in a better position. Just try to lead the shot a little bit here. Nope, right into the mole. Going under the second piranha is probably a decent play. Then we need to watch out for this guy. Oh, no. It's just... Okay, let's watch out for the bullet this time. We could have used a bullet as a platform to jump off here too, of course, but... Alright, now we need to watch out for the hammer timing while making it past the donut blocks, and of course the blaster, which I didn't even think about. Stressful, perhaps, if I'm taking it at a slow pace where we're just waiting all the right timing windows. It is true, because that you're waiting for timings in many places, at least if you're playing the way I am, that is a very different kind of sense of difficulty from something that's mainly an accuracy challenge, like a lot of more intense platforming. Whoop. Hey, look at that. Ran right into that spike ball, almost. Only to clip him in the face. Nope. Okay. That's fine, we'll just go with our invincibility frames and lose immediately. Oh yeah, I'm enjoying it a great deal as a player too. Sure. And I'm glad it's a watchable experience. There are definitely levels where that's not the case, where there's a big gap between the streamer experience and the viewer experience, I think. And here you can kind of clench your teeth and gasp every time I make a jump. Whoop. Okay, going under is actually not a terrible idea, or so I thought. Oop. Missed that and bumped on the ceiling. Not so much finesse that time. The patience element in difficult traditional levels is entirely different from learning a Kaizo level, yeah. I find that that's the trick to a lot of the best platformers I've played. I often refer to games like DKC Tropical Freeze when it comes to this, and I think it's true of NSMBU as well, actually, that the thing that really works about these games is that they're fun slow and they are fun fast, for totally different reasons. You can totally speed through the levels, and they are very much designed and tested for that. But you can also take it as a plodding pace and try to go for collectibles, power-ups, etc., and also just kind of time your way around obstacles. Especially in things like, you know, some of late-game NSMBU is definitely like that. The pendulums and all that. But yeah, Tropical Freeze is just magical in some ways, because it's one of those games where the more you play it, the more you realize how good it is. That, yeah, it's already kind of flashy and spectacular the first time out, but then you drop all the checkpoints in hard mode to really see the level design develop. And get into things like the time trials to see just how precise all the enemy placements are to make speedruns possible. And basically, the more you know about the level design, the more you realize it's fantastic. It's always nice to have a game like that. But it's a very difficult balance to strike to have a game where you can say that it's fun to play fast and it's fun to play slow. That was definitely something that took a bit of work here. Let's not do that. Bones are going to be an issue here. Hammers are, wow, flying all over the place. Yeah, Tropical Freeze is incredible. Absolutely incredible. One thing I really hope happens at some point is a definitive HD port of DKC Returns as well. I mean, Tropical Freeze is a more refined experience, but there are definitely a lot of mechanics DKCR that didn't come back. And the thing about Donkey Kong Country Returns is that there isn't really a definitive version of it, because the original Wii release did require the awkward waggle controls, which is actually kind of true of NSMB Wii as well, that I didn't realize just how much Wiimote stuff was going on until I revisited it recently. In terms of NSMB Wii, just, you know, not supporting classic controller at all and being very heavily dependent on having to shake to spin. But that's the sort of mid-Wii era for you. That kind of had both NSMB Wii and Tropical Freeze, not Tropical Freeze, right? DKC Returns in a situation where if they were re-released today, they would definitely be, I think, more easily controllable. Or, you know, really high-level finessed play. And of course, there was this 3DS port of Tropical... not Tropical Freeze, I keep saying that. There was the 3DS port of DKC Returns as well, which had some additional levels developed by a different team than the original game, I think. But of course, being on the 3DS, you had lower resolution and frame rate. So I kind of feel like DKC Returns, for a couple of reasons like that, is probably one of the Nintendo games from that era in greatest need of a release at some point. Much like how Kirby's Return to Dreamland got one this year. Oops. I kind of think it will happen at some point. Thank you for the follow. Right as I ran into the spike ball. And for the raid from Camus. let's give you a big shout out. Thank you so much for bringing everybody in. I hope you had a good maker stream over on your side. Okay. Let's jump this once again. And yeah, the viewer levels are closed for now. Sometimes if I finish miraculously early, I'll reopen for people who came in late. But I don't know if I'll be able to stay long enough for that today, so just out of an abundance of caution, we are going to commit to getting through the existing queue first, and then we'll see what happens. So the queue is closed for the time being, just so I can make sure I can get through everybody, but whoops, we keep getting sniped by this mole. And, whoa, bad situation here. There we go. Risky play, but we made it. Let's get him to jump first, and we'll counter. There we go, snuck right under. Now this bit here. Nope, we had this amazing dodge the last time I was there, but not so much. And yeah, Camus, I've definitely been asked before if I do radio. I don't, but as I always say, if somebody can convince somebody to run a Mario Maker radio program somewhere, I wouldn't say no. Okay, let's get over here. And let's get sniped again, which... Oh. Let's get it to jump. That's okay, we almost made it out. Yeah, I mean, I could just kind of talk people's ears off about level design all day. We do it on Twitch because that's where there's an audience for that kind of thing. Well, and also mainly because I found that streaming on Twitch significantly elevated the quality of my Mario Maker experience. Once we started to get to know some good makers, then I've been playing much more of this game than I otherwise would have, just because being on Twitch just kind of solves the discoverability problem as a player. Whoops. Okay. Getting a little bit rough here. But we'll make it. Now this bit. I think we need to wait for the hammer to stop throwing first. Here we go. That jump felt a little bit close, just like it did last time. We're skipping over these guys. Wonder if keeping the bullet over there will get me anything interesting, but if timing, let's not get bonked in the ceiling. That would be really bad at this stage. And look at that. That's, no, that's not an exit pipe. That's just a piranha pipe. Okay. Let's watch our spacing here. We're going to have time trouble if I keep playing this patiently. Oh, look. That was very silly. Got a bit excited about being so close to the gate. The axe, rather. I thought, alright, he jumped, let's kill him, and then the plant's just dangling right over my head. Bit too much aggression there. Hey, if that's near the end, though, we're pretty close. Wrapping this up, I think. Definitely a couple of dangerous locations here, but Oh, whoops. I was trying to raise the piranha. We just jumped right off. Camo, you were saying you had all your friends make you levels before and gave a 2-week notice. Hang on here. Let's... Whoops. Yeah, glad you managed to clear all the levels over on your end. We typically make it through. I mean, sometimes if I get especially hard content, we have to hold it for the catch-up stream, but... Well... But I try to take my time. Raising the piranhas as much as possible. It's probably a good idea. Just let these guys toss again first. I didn't realize how low the timer was until we got under 100 seconds in a previous attempt, but the timer actually does start relatively low, and I have to watch out for that. So accustomed to levels that give you the full 500. Oop. There we go. Drop it. We do need to raise the bullet this way. Raise the bullet this way. Probably should have just come off the donut block for that, actually. But let's do it again. Oh, that's much more comfortable, actually, if you just time it with the donut block. Almost got sniped there. Okay. Now, because we have Super Mario, we need to not get bonked on the head. Over on this, and then let's be careful with this guy. Again. Wait for the opportunity, which isn't going to be that forthcoming. Wow, the timing actually doesn't line up very well at all. Nope. That's surprisingly tricky, considering it's just a hammer and a piranha standing there. But I guess because they're spawning at around the same column, then... Well, it's a matter of when you get on screen for the initial piranha timing coming out of the pipe. That's twice we've choked there now. I'll catch up in the chat in just a moment. Let's... This guy tossed first. Whoops, nope, bad. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it does give you enough time. It's just that, you know, it is just low enough on the clock to apply a bit of pressure to the obstacles. But now that we know how long the level is, it does seem appropriate. I find that with a lot of the lengthened spacing with traditional Mario that it always seemed like Nintendo's rule of thumb was that even if you are never using the dash button, you should still be able to finish without hitting the panic timer at 99. That seemed to be kind of an unspoken policy when it comes to scaling the clocks into length. At least, you know, once you're in mid-game Mario. Obviously, things tighten up a bit once you get into challenge levels that are designed more specifically around a timer. Yeah, because until the last time I returned to Super Mario World, I actually never realized how much the last level in the special world was kind of built as a timer check. Oh, nope. Thought he'd taken a shot, but clearly not. Okay, didn't get bonked that time. Okay, dangerous, but we made it. Let's go for the next donut spawn here. And go for this guy directly. And yeah, you definitely see some people design levels that just used a 99-second time for a panic timer. Or for panic music, even though 99 seconds would be extremely generous in the context of that level, plus they would checkpoint things in such a way that the timer doesn't matter anyway. But just to get the music going, you know? I still think sometimes about the level in 3D World where you have to chase down a flagpole. Because you can actually get that done really early if you're just particularly precise, but the speed is very well tuned. Yeah. Gonna put things just barely out of reach for normal play. But yeah, it's the one where you have the goal pulled right in front of you at the beginning, and then it flies away from you, and you have to chase it across donut blocks. And of course, New Super Luigi U is entirely built around a 99-second timer. And oddly enough, the level length in New Super Luigi U really feels like SMB3, even though SMB3 is much more generous with the timer. Whoops. Do I stream other things or just Mario Maker? I do stream other things. I used to stream a much higher proportion of Mario Maker, and these days I do Maker almost every weekend, although we'll be missing next week. And we do a lot of other games, mostly things like platformers, occasionally puzzle or strategy games in between. Come on. Whoops. Yeah. Let's try it again. But yeah, we'll be doing a lot of Mario outside of this as well. That was not a good approach. But yeah, nice to meet you too, Camus. We'll definitely look out for you as well. Totally failed to direct that shot. Oh well. Now we're in trouble. Well, got the piranhas to not be totally synchronized with each other this time, just from how we spawned them in on camera, so... Alright, this bit here takes a bit of finesse. We leave the bullets alive to prevent too many of them from spawning. We don't jump on them. That's one of the adjustments we need to make there. Oh. That's smoked. Nope, it shouldn't have jumped there. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, for anybody who came late or missed it, I don't expect to be streaming next weekend due to a conflict, but we'll be starting Wonder a few days after launch. After many of you will have had lots of time to play it. Whoops. Okay. Here we go. Jank bones, not to be confused with a jank bone shell. Nope. Just trying to get a predictable spacing out of bullets just by leaving them alive, but I just didn't find correct timing. We've been on this for a while for traditional level, and you know, clearly a traditional level. But it's been fun. I feel like there's a large segment of the audience, particularly back in Maker 1, before the Maker scene became quite so specialized, that kind of envisioned levels like this to be what Mario Maker was mostly going to be about. Where they're still kind of recognizably traditional, but have a bit more headroom for challenge content. And of course, the reality turned out quite differently. And I think in some respects that because of... I've spoken about this a lot before, but because of the loss of things like the amiibo costumes and a lot of the aesthetic possibilities with things like pipes, that much of the audience interested in, you know, building variants on a traditional format kind of dropped out with the changes from Maker 1 to Maker 2. But like I said, we plan to stream a lot more Maker 1 in the months ahead, and we'll have plenty of opportunity to praise that again when it comes to mind. I have to learn all those Maker 1 puzzle mechanics all over again, especially. Some of them are quite a bit different. Okay, finally managed to do that safely. Some definition of safely. Look at that, I actually made it here with a mushroom, which is unusual. Oh, never mind. Spoke too soon. Why did we just rush through this bit here? Okay, let's let that spawn, and then let's take the next one over here. Oh, whoops. We're getting nuked here, too. Okay, as long as we don't get our head trapped on the ceiling here. We take them both out in the pit, and then now we have this guy to deal with. Again. Timing just never works out to bomb them. There we go. Now let's watch the Potaboos on the right. Bowser? Oh, of course it's hammers. Oh, and it's Magic Koopa eradicating the goal only for me to do that. Okay. I hesitated a bit there and was going to back out to the platform, and that is what happened, because I was thinking, okay, he took out the Magic Koopa by himself. That's fine. That removes that issue with the gold disappearing. That was a choke. That was a significant choke. Okay. At least we know what's coming now. Oh, nope. Just ran right into it. Okay. We might be consigned to doing this for a while just because of that choke setting us back so far. Supernova, your responses are delayed because you're level building yet. And I feel like Mario Maker streams are definitely the best thing to have on as making background, because you just occasionally glance over and see neat tricks or inspirations. Also just kind of gets yourself into the mindset of thinking about how a player is going about things, but I find I probably watch the most Mario Maker when I'm trying to build stuff, and I say that as somebody who hasn't actually published a level in ages. But yeah, it's been a while since I've actually had the focus to finish a concept. But it's also because I've been playing much less Maker this year, and I find that, you know, the more I'm playing, the more I'm also thinking about things to do in the editor, and whoops. And 2023, I think, has been the calendar year with the least Maker that I played since Maker 2 was released, and that's just a function mostly of Zelda. And Nuati, welcome. Yeah, thank you for the patience of people waiting for this level, by the way. I knew that going into this that you'd look at this and think, oh, traditional. Easy peasy. 1%-ish, easy peasy. But it turns out that the attempts are also each individually very long. We're probably not lowering the clear rate by that much. It's just that every run is going reasonably far before we take a depth, so clear rates don't tell the whole story. Okay. Dodge that guy. Not die to the mole, and then... Great, actually got in here early for once before the spike came down too far. Now we try not to bonk our head from being taller than usual. Kind of called that too. Yeah, Sith Lord Nurgle. You need to make more levels, and you finally did a clear check. But yeah, it seems like a lot of people have been stalling out a little bit this year, and sometimes that just happens. Makers come and go. But I've also seen some people come back after a long hiatus of not making, and it's always fun to see. Now let's do this. Oh, stylish. But maybe not that useful if we have the same ceiling problem that we just saw. Oh, guess not. Yeah, usually come back after a few months of not uploading. Yeah, sometimes it helps to just do other things for a while, but it is one of those games that really does kind of monopolize all your time when you get into it, so. Difficult to balance it against the interest in playing anything else. And moreover, it's one of those games where the experience is kind of best when you're playing it obsessively at the exclusion of everything else. I hadn't had that feeling since, you know, World of Warcraft or something about a decade ago. Whoops. Games that really do just kind of take over your life for a little bit, and afterwards you kind of think that you could have played other stuff instead and gotten a lot more done. But yeah, I mean, I still play this because I'm still seeing new concepts pretty much every week that I'm playing Maker. We're consistently being shown new things, and I think it's a much more vibrant game than people give it credit for. It's kind of true that, you know, when you're in Maker for a while, you would definitely be forming networks, and because of the way that people just kind of come and go in this game, and people do burn out or have other things in life get in the way, it's very easy to think that the game is really quieting down when it's really just true among people that you know and might still be very active in different sectors of the community that you're not as connected to. And it's very easy to lose sight of that sometimes, I think. That it is still very active, it's just not necessarily among the people you recognize. Whoops. So the nice thing about doing viewer levels is that you do get to eventually meet some of the people you've missed. We're still busily making. That was risky. Got it. That's well timed when you just start it up fresh. The donut block. Yeah, that hammer is always a little bit risky. Okay, this is best run we've had in ages. We could even just bum rush this guy. But we'll... Alright, we'll do that instead. That's going to get me into trouble. I can just tell. Let's just nuke him. Alright, finally, we got it. Well, thank you so much, That was a very worthwhile experience. Gave us a big opportunity to talk about traditional design and difficulty, which we haven't really done in a while, so glad it was fun to watch. And thank you once again for the patience of those remaining in queue. Let's plug in the next one. That took a lot longer than expected, yeah. Again, the clear rate is deceptive because the attempts are individually all very long. So. Feels pretty relaxed most of the way, and then start choking everywhere. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the experience as the observing maker. And although we won't be here next weekend, we'll hopefully see more of yours at a later point. So, Space Oddity, Ground Control to Major Toad, CP1, and Thumbnail at a lovely bluish CO. Alright. And Josh Bones Bowie level. Supernova is playing this jank level right now. Okay, take a look. And yeah, today we're unlikely to reopen the queue just because of how long I've been running, but sometimes when we manage to... Oh, it's another Josh Bones Big Mushroom special. We get into this, we're way off position. We need to jump out of the bone shell much further along. And we need to slam that. It's going to be a big adjustment when I get back into Maker 1, where big mushrooms actually do slap these blocks from the side. Yeah, we needed to catch that much earlier, actually, and then... Let's try to find a pattern here. Nope. Because I think we have to kick the shell, and then... well, not kick it, but we'll see. Let's go back there and get things to line up. Preferably without hitting the icicle. No, we need to stop bouncing up towards that when I hit the shell. We actually kind of wanted to drop, don't we? So we give ourselves a bit of room. But then that 30 coin placement seems to imply that I should go there immediately. And just bounce against the shell right away the way that we had done successfully in one of the earlier attempts. No, that's obviously wrong. We should be getting into the shell on the way up and then managing to float over much further. I mean, I'm looking at the curve marker here and thinking... Let's see. Yeah, we bunched up against that. We don't do that. We have to kind of go around to land in a shell. Yeah, it's clearly implying wrapping around so we don't hit it. And yeah, again, so Supernova has a pretty good memory for makers that make impressions. It probably does mean you. Okay, I see. You have this block over here. That looks like a jump location, though. I feel like I'm just misreading this segment then. Because the shell is nowhere near where it needed to be. Oh, no, maybe you jump over to the bomb first. Okay, yeah. Because then you lower the Buzzy shell. No, that can't be right. Because that's going to drop immediately and you do need it to hit the block. Let's... Yeah, this... I mean, the Z is going to suggest that we should be getting off of the bone shell at some point. It's just a matter of figuring out where that's going to happen. Whoops, no. Maybe we do need to kick the bomb over or something, though. Let's map this out. Definitely misreading something, I think. Whoops. Even low. I mean, the right arrow might be telling me to get there first, but low gravity, it's going to be difficult to tell. Oh, maybe then. Yeah, let's try to go bomb first just to see what happens, because I feel like we kick it first. Because we could kind of do a low bounce. And then that gives you potentially a significantly better angle. If you don't get trapped under the one-way panels, you might be able to sail over. Okay, okay. Yeah, it's actually going to be a short bounce off the first Buzzy then, to get over here. That makes a lot more sense. As long as we actually give ourselves enough distance here. No. Need a little bit more of a controlled flight. It's a short bounce, but then we should hold jump after that to gain a bit more height. And without bumping the shell quite like that. Does that even make sense for this to be the route, though? No, because the shell is just going off that way. Let's see. I mean, the right arrow does kind of imply taking this path, though. And then we should have been able to get into the bone shell at that point, but... It seems like we found a good pattern for getting into the shell earlier. We just... I don't know about that, though, because the 30 coin really does suggest to me that we could go up immediately if we wanted. Just bounce this way, but let me think. Kind of trying it both ways, because right arrow is telling me one thing, the 30 coins telling me another, but perhaps 30 coins is optional. We could have actually gotten a second bounce off the bomb there. And then we can still go for the 30 coin, because that would give you the ability to bump the shell from the left side, which is actually kind of roughly what we want. Hang on. And kicking the bomb does give you a good deflection. Trust the 30 coin, yeah, I guess we should. I mean, it did work fine the first few times, we just didn't figure out the pattern from there. Okay. Come on, drop. Doing so late. Have to get in closer to this guy. Yeah, we just need a better angle. Drop against that. And again, it should be a wraparound, I think. And as long as we have a good entry angle on the bone shell, perhaps we can slide over with it. Whoops. Nova's at CP2. Oh, I see. Okay. Second bounce off the bomb, and then... Okay, that is much further than before. Second bounce off the bomb, that's actually the trick. Let's see if we can do it. Yeah, so you hit the bomb first, then you get in the shell, then you get a second bounce off the bomb, and that's what gets you over. That's why there was the P block there that seemed to be placed a little further to the right than where we've made contact with the bomb, which is why you can also wrap around, because if you wrap around, it doesn't matter if you lose momentum and go right to left for a little bit, because you'll drop on the rebound on the bomb anyway. Wrong way. So if you kick the bomb to the right, then you can wrap around the shell just fine, and you can realign yourself and regain momentum on the bounce off the ignited bomb instead. Wrong way. And that's what the arrow is also telling you, is just to kick the bomb that way. Oh. Here we go. Let's see here. And yeah, we actually should be dropping the shell there to sail over, but I wonder if we should be dropping it as low as that coin. We'll find out. No, wrong way. But if we get the bomb kick over to the right side, that fixes a lot of issues for us here. But we need to kick and then wrap around the shell, which is a little tricky. But we got it. I actually think we should be... We're dropping the shell too low, I think. We shouldn't be collecting the key that way. We are meant to drop the shell in that location to send it over the conveyor, but we're supposed to probably slap something else into the key to collect it without making contact. Whoops. Nope. Wrong. Kind of a rough bounce. Oops. I'm saying the last section has a lot going on. If Nova's playing the same thing. Oh, whoops. Yeah, definitely just kind of reading the sequence here has been half the battle. But I think we know at this point what to do. It's just we don't always get right bounces. Nope. That's the thing, is I keep trying to go left so we can kick the bomb in the correct direction, but at the same time we aren't getting enough distance off that to wrap around a shell successfully. Nope. No, actually, that's fine. Okay, wrapping around that way actually works. I wonder if we're supposed to do a double exit out of that shell, because if we're close enough to the block that we hit, we can actually land back into the bonus shell and get a second jump off of it at the location of the key, which would then get me over to the buzzy shell and still drop the shell successfully. Still drop the dry bone shell successfully, so... Nope. That's a really rough angle to wrap around on the right side while doing that. I feel like I shouldn't wrap around on the right. That's our pattern. Yeah, because we just can't get in position. Yeah, that's much better that way if we don't do the wraparound. I feel like that's actually correct if we have a better angle on it, and then we would kick the shell into this location, we would land again, we would hit the on-off switch, and then probably get onto the bone shell on the other side, and then have an opportunity to hit the location that drops the boots. Yeah, that's much better. We do need to go down to the key and then have a nice big jump out of there. Supernova taking a good long time to take the death. Lag machine incoming. Whoops. Get a shorter bounce off the start. Okay, much better. Kind of a bad angle, but I feel like that's actually correct. The way we're doing it there. Nope, too late. I think that should work. On off, and then we were supposed to land in a shell and probably drop the boot from that point. Oh nope. Bit of a rough hit there. Also, because this looks like it will, we are going to try to finish, but let me just do a tiny bit of queue management here, because I think Ickpin's lull is long gone. Yeah, Josh Bones, I do mean to run away with this, but if, since we're not at checkpoint yet, if Genso's level is significantly shorter or easier, I might rotate that in first just so we can get it done, and we'll get back to this and we'll continue working on it. I do have time to stay and play, I just don't want Genso to be waiting behind this one indefinitely. So yeah, let me know if that would make sense to do. I don't know what kind of level you sent me, so if it's something like an hour-and-a-half troll or something, then maybe we won't swap, but we try to be fairly flexible here just to make sure we accommodate everyone. It's incredibly short, but it's precise. So is it like a tight timer or actual spec precision or something? Yeah, I'm just making sure that, you know, I'm not making you wait through this entire level if yours is going to take me a minute or something. But if it's something that's very super precise, then probably wouldn't be wise. Yeah, if it's spike precision, that might take me a while itself, actually, so. It might not actually be shorter than this one for me, so. That's right, we'll still try to get to it. But just be aware that I may be on Josh Bones level here for a while. And we're not making significant progress on it. We'll hold it for an overflow stream, as we've done with some of Josh Bones levels in the past. Oh, a little late on everything here, I think. We're supposed to send something out of there and probably ride it in SMB2 form. But nope, wrong way. Okay, let's pop this and then I see you're supposed to jump off that guy. But jump off that guy in such a way that you get back into boot and back out of the boot to ride the mole using SMB2. I think that's the way it's supposed to be done. Oops. And I guess we'll have to satisfy our curiosity about Nova's comment once we're do more of this ourselves. Okay. We came in much too low that time. But yeah, you're supposed to ride this as SMB2. You're supposed to survive with SMB2 so you can grab the clouds at the very end and also have a key for some reason. So we're actually almost out of this segment. Basically, we know what it looks like at this point. Nope, let's not kick that. I do still like approaching the bone shell from the left rather than the right, though. I think it fits my patterns as a player a little bit better. Nope. Yeah, I was concerned for a moment that we wouldn't land back in the boot. We did land back in the boot. We just needed to reposition it better so I could get on the mole. And nope. Hang on. We'll just go back and try that. Plenty of time for you to react when you're in low gravity like this, but still a lot of positioning to do within that. Come on. I have to get close enough for it to drop, and I tend to fail to estimate those distances for the Buzzy drop because as Big Mario, of course, you're dealing with a different tile spacing that you might be used to. A Team Dora level, Supernova is mentioning. Do I want to know what Team Door is? What the theme of Team Door is? I guess it's just doors, right? The pick a door kind of door, or came in too low once again. Yeah. Disgusting door entries, okay. I can see why there might be a subgenre of that. Could be worse, could be up pipes. Oh, it's probably a lot of stuff like, you know, doors on seesaws or something, right? You know, things like notoriously janky door entries. That sort. Oh, no, missed a key. And yeah, that key is actually the key that we need for the door at the end. I wasn't even thinking about that. One trick levels usually, I see. Nope. Supernova is getting better at Yoshi cell jumps. Well, just in time to play Mario Wonder and Yoshi shell jump off of somebody playing as Yoshi in co-op. Okay, let's... This... Whoa, totally missed that. But yeah, we, once again, know how the sequence should go. As long as we survive with the SMB2 mushroom all the way to the end. It kind of felt like I could hit the block to begin with without having to jump out of the boot. That if we were adequately positioned, that we only need to do one boot exit to get to the mole. I didn't see that previously because we didn't have spacing that was quite that nice in previous attempts. Okay, never mind. A lot of down arrows going on there. I wonder what that's all about. Nope, wrong way. Well, we'll get there. Nope, bad angle. Yeah, the last few times I dipped a little too low to grab the key. Don't need to be quite that exact with it, but it's compromising my ability to continue to the next jump. Much better angle this time. We got the key anyway. Oh, nope. Totally missed. Smashed up the block on the boot a bit too late to begin with that time. We need it much sooner. Whoops. You're usually not satisfied with the level until it has two sections. I mean, yeah, if you take the time to come up with a good concept, why not elaborate? goes. Nope. Have to step into that. Almost, actually, but not quite. We have the key. We just need to keep SMP2 while riding mole onto that. I feel like the down arrows are telling you to crouch, so you can crouch jump off the mole. Even in low gravity, that might be necessary. Yeah, I feel like the ideal pattern that was designed around is that you only do one boot exit. And you do it high enough. You just hit this directly and then miss. Pretty much need to jump out of the boot immediately, or at least at the marker. But hitting the boot right out of the bounce looks absolutely like it is the correct thing to do. Need to... Oh, that's way too low. I want to get like a running jump out of the boot, exactly. We'll try to go for that. Yeah, Sith Lord Nurgle, you generally do 3 sections. And you can't complete a part, you fix it by making it harder yet. I mean, just keeps the clear check interesting, I guess. I feel like the hardest, well, not the hardest, but one of the harder things with playtesting your own level is just knowing when something needs to be nerfed. Because it's always difficult, I think, to let go of something that was an obstacle or a source of difficulty that you put a lot of time into tuning. Okay, nope. If it's too close, that doesn't work either, because you wind up not being able to re-enter the boot. Oh, just a little bit short at that time then. Nope. Nope. Maybe we should wrap around the right. Lose fewer attempts that way. Nah. Much easier this way. Wrong way. Oops. Well, we'll fix that eventually. Might have to change to the recommended method, but if it is a recommended method, it might just be that the marker there is telling you where the bone shell entry will be. Way too low. Nope. Trying to salvage that with a bit of repositioning, but that wasn't going to work. No, we don't want to come in at that angle because we dropped the shell too early. Well, we've kind of lost our touch with this early bit here, after having had many attempts with no issues. Here we go. Nope. I should have just gone ahead of the mole, maybe it just wrapped around it, outpaced it slightly. I don't know about that though, because of the dropping speed while we're in the boot. Can't seem to get in position there just yet. Okay, finally a good attempt. Nope. Once again, split-second decision like that is not a good idea. We lower ourselves a bit. We can get a lot more height if we build up some momentum on the eject. Yeah, I'm going to see if we can do that. Probably overcorrecting. I see what you mean, yeah. Seems like we're quite late on that. I feel like wrapping around the mole on the right side might actually be the right thing to do. We can get in position for it, because then we kind of catch it on the way down. Well, let's see. Oh, wait. Yeah, you're saying on the right is fine too? Could be. Nope. Didn't hit that. Okay, that's fine. I like that it has some flexibility about it. Nope, a little late in that, a little low as well. I feel like I'm probably doing one too many boot exits somewhere, but... Oh, missed a boot. Trying to shave that jump a little bit just to get to the mole as soon as possible, and we a little too well at that. Okay, that's smooth now. Intersect. Over here, oh, just missing completely. Yeah, I still think bouncing up to the question block without exiting the boot is ideal, but we haven't really been able to set that up in a while. Much better positioning that time on the boot, but oh, actually, we made it. Oh, almost. Seemed pretty close to being correct. We just suspended ourselves a little bit further and allowed the mole to drop in below. That could very well have worked. Oh, nope. Got stuck. Okay, up we go. Nope. Simple mistakes with simple fixes. It was a bad angle going into that time anyway. Not quite. I knew we lost a bit of jump height that time, and would have needed to fix that. There we go. Oh. That angle going in. Need to be somewhat more precise than I've been demonstrating here. Nope. Much too low. But I could kind of see that attempt would have been a problem. So. Let's see. I think we're just hitting that a bit low as we approach the key. We don't need to go that close to the key to pick it up. Let's just a better falling angle here, much better. And then we miss completely. And Supernova is getting nuked by Dry Bones as well. Seems like that's the Halloween season experience here. Way off. Don't know how we lost that much time. Might be a function of how I spawn things in. But we don't quite know what to do with that yet. Whoops. What a big bulky Mario, just bumping into everything. Oops. Okay, let's do this. Oh my goodness. We're gonna make it. Got it. Alright. Part 2. Haven't even hit the pink coin stuff yet. And then we need to hit this with Big Mushroom, obviously. Wonder how much there is in terms of a discrepancy between dropping from flag and dropping from pipe, but we just need to hang right at the flag. And also jump instead of expecting a bounce. Which, after switching gears from SMB2, then perhaps easily missed. We should hit this from under so we can grab the boot. Yeah, I think we get on the stump, then we smash the coin, and then we shouldn't wait for the fuzzy cell to do that. Oh, did I start over by mistake? I started over by mistake. I just instinctively hit start over, yeah. Alright. That's what happens when you've developed some habits. I haven't even done that in a while, actually. I don't make the mistake that often anymore. Thing is, I was a couple jumps into this section before I even realized what I did. Because we've been repeating this bit for so long. Well, at least it's not the kind of checkpoint that feels out of reach for me to recreate soon. Like we really needed something miraculous to go right or something. No, I think we just had to improve to the point where we were able to deal with it. Nope. Well, it just significantly extended our time with this. For a very unfortunate reason. Okay. Better angle than usual, perhaps. Not catching the mole very well there, though. Okay, got it. Slightly different pattern than we had before, but as soon as I hit the question block without having to exit the boot, I felt pretty good about where that was going, so... yeah, it should be a high bounce off of that into the stump. The stump then gets me over to the shell. I love how the invisible block landing protection there actually does absolutely nothing when you have the big mushroom and you can just smash it all up. Not that you can continue either, but whoops. This time we'll just need to show some discipline when it comes to not just instinctively hitting start over. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about crushing the stump. That is kind of important. But I kind of suspect... yeah, because the next destination after that will be the boot. But then... where is that going to get you? Nice high bounce, and then off the stump you jump immediately, because otherwise it will compress. Nope. Bad jumps. I think the shell needs to be alive, and then the idea is that you get onto the boot once it drops, and then perhaps the shell continues. Hang on. No, let's not start over. Because I think it's going to be stump. Up to the first coin, and then to the boot, and then probably back to the big buzzy at some point. Why I keep missing that? Let's be careful with it. Yeah, and I do need the immediate jump off of that. And that would allow me to bounce off the shell and then grab the boot. I would back out. Boot's pretty far. But if we had angled that differently, we would have been able to take the boot out to the left side, and then, depending on what we see on the camera, maybe there's something we can do up there. Once we jump out of the boot. Nope. We'll get there soon. Nope. This big boo just hanging around all day, waiting for somebody to trip on him like that. No, we shouldn't run into the shell like that. I feel like I do need to bounce off of it, so be careful about nudging it. Nope, and we do need to hit the jump off the stump. Yeah, it'll be stump, hit the block, grab the shell, grab the boot. That's my understanding of events. Oops. Except we keep running into the stump. And into things that are not stumps. Nope. We need to find a more consistent angle into that. Nope. And we don't even see what's on the camera above that so far, so lots more left to witness here, and we just keep missing this. Again, I wondered a very subtle difference in drop timing from going from checkpoint and going from pipe would actually make a difference here. And that coming from the pipe would delay you very slightly. I mean, it's obviously all doable, it's all been clear checked. Nope, and we just keep missing the jump because I'm slipping onto that stump on a moment's notice. Well, we'll see. Nice high bounce. And then, yeah, we just missed a jump input. It works the same way as something like a P-jump. It just doesn't activate P-switches. Nope, and we just keep getting trapped on the left side of that stump. So, maybe we need more momentum correction. And then, if you get the boot in a position, it feels like the shell probably is supposed to just continue. So you have a jumping off point, but you can see there's a Dry Bones is going to be available shortly after that. Nope. Keep missing it. Yeah, we need to find something more consistent. Make this interaction happen. Looks like I'm letting go jump when I bump to stop him, or really? Let's take a look. Might be the case. No, that was definitely a full jump, but a bad entry angle. I do have some bad habits sometimes, though. Nope. Trying to repress jump over there. Nope. Keep missing it. Maybe we are letting up a bit early, but we'll see, I think. Oop. Okay, let's get a little further. Yeah, we were supposed to jump off the shell safely into the boot. And then out of the boot somewhere. Tom. Nope, missed a jump again. I didn't really expect to get on the stump this time. That caught me out. Nope. I'm always surprised to actually land on that, because it happens so rarely. So it means we're never prepared for the moment when it does arise. All the munchers down there are going to have a party. Nope. Want a full running jump off the flying Buzzy, yeah. That might be the issue. Yeah, overcompensating for that icicle up top, probably. On the shell again, over to the... Alright, let's try it again. Amazing how many problems full jumps seem to solve. I feel like we were supposed to rebound in order to grab the boot, but something was a little off about the relevant timing. Whoops. Not that. Well, we haven't really scrolled at the screen yet. We've just seen 1 corner of 5. Feels like I was supposed to catch the boot over there. And then basically fall with it. Well, we can't figure it out soon. I mean, I know we're past checkpoint. We worked our way to get back here twice, but... we may have to adjourn on this one for now, and... I will make sure we get back to it. But... nope. See, that's a lot better. Having the shell be deflected like that back towards the spring. That seems like it's probably the secret. But... because it looks like we're supposed to jump out of there towards the bone shell, but then... or maybe we're supposed to land up to the munchers or something. The swag strat, yeah. Well, we nearly made something out of it. Okay, we'll see. Alright, it's pretty clear to me that we are supposed to get some kind of footwear going. Okay, well, try just a little bit more. See if I can recreate how I did it earlier. Oh, you know what? I didn't even think about the fact that we could just step on a boo, can't we? That's one thing I didn't consider. Well, I mean, that solves a lot. Except we were supposed to get over to the other coin right away because we disabled the big bone shell, which the big dry bones, which I never expect to happen simply because usually you're not playing with the big mushroom and you just expect to bounce indefinitely off of a big bones if it'll let you. Oh. No, we were supposed to get into that and then hop out. Okay. We made progress. Now that I saw that we're just supposed to land on the boo, that actually helps quite a bit. Might as well get caught by the stump. Or disable the shell too early. Okay. Wait. Coin here, I'm supposed to grab that. And then, yeah, big mushroom would break this and then allow the thwomp to do something. Nope. Okay, well, we made it at least some of the way. I find the animation of Big Mario falling to his doom in low grab kind of amusing, yeah. The harder they fall. Oh, bad positioning. Alright. Much better. Bomb. Hit this guy. I feel like maybe we weren't supposed to do that first because much timing caught me out. I don't know, we just continue suspending ourselves over the cannonballs until we get a good much timing. But the problem with that is that it is in a red pipe and it's going to be getting there at a fairly quick pace. But we made enough progress that I'm going to stick with it a little bit longer just so we can try to learn it. Nope, not quite. Okay. What even activated the on-off switch? I didn't see. Because we're supposed to smash this, we get SMB2. And then SMB2 can ride the cannonball for a high jump. So, actually, if taking the upper coin activates the on-off switch, then we should delay it until we're on our way over. Because we want to trap the muncher until we are past the intersection on the interaction rather on the left side, and then we toggle the on-off switch last, just as we're about to leave the room. Hang on. There we go. Then we get out this way. Okay, that wasn't too bad at all, actually. We just need to learn the pattern first. Checkpoint 2. It's been a pretty long adventure. This looks like a log. Well, I mean, once we get swept by fire, which we need to do because we don't want to reset. Look how there's a boo there just for insurance. It's not going to manage to race me here, though. Alright, this is quite a lot to read. Let's take a look. What's this right arrow? There's a mole. It looks like we can probably ride it down. Okay, this is just a crush death over here. We don't really even see the exit yet. You left a funny comment for this part, although not at this part. Right? There's something to be thrown over here. An on-off switch over here, which is probably where we need to kick the bomb then, because bomb would toggle that. That would give you big mushroom busts this open, and then you enter the pipe. Oops, shouldn't come in here. We should just let the boo do its business. Or the fire bars do their business. Whoops, failed to do the grab. But yeah, I see now. I feel like the visibility of the on-off switch in the bottom right isn't quite the best. You kind of have to trust the markers not knowing what they're doing to get that. But oh, it's supposed to hop in a boo there. That's right. Yeah, the bomb is supposed to go down. Alright. The idea is that you grab the big mushroom, you jump out once to hit the blocks, and then you have to jump out I don't think you can do the up pipe entry directly out of that, can you? We'll see. Whoops. Okay, that was a mistake. Anyway, we'll try it again. Seems like it's very clear that the bomb should be kicked to the right, but... Yeah, because that's what the right arrow is partly telling you. That you get ready to make the bomb fall that way. But then there's another throw marker over here. I guess you are in SMB2 form. That maybe you... Actually, don't just let the bomb down gently, but chuck it over instead. Yeah, because of low gravity, kicking the bomb might not do it anyway. We might need to throw it regardless. Oops. Wait a minute. Can we just... No, because we've got nothing to jump out of. Never mind then. Well, the only thing that's really going to qualify there is probably the boot. Nope. We need a fuller jump out of that. And yeah, the boo there now I see is actually placed there partly because it allows you to jump back out as well if you have the boot. And so we toggle the on-off switch and then you would use the boo to jump. In fact, whoops, that's a miss. But the bomb is going to be the only thing that really activates the bottom right switch for me, so we'll stick to that plan. No, we don't want to hit it like that, because that kills it immediately. But if I drop the boot somewhere... I mean, the Z is where you can drop the boot, and maybe you don't go back in right away. Maybe you fall into the bomb and pick it up, and then... Yeah, because hitting it with the boot is just going to kill it. So we don't want to do that. We need to find an appropriate location to get out and grab. I keep going into the box, yeah. I mean, usually we think outside the box, but maybe not today. Yeah, because I guess you try to overshoot on the right side a little bit. I don't want to hit that. Oh, interesting. Ah, yes, okay. So it's actually the mole that we ride down. The big mushroom, perhaps, not the boot. Because the boot might have been long gone by that point, but we'll see. Nope. Seems like the down arrow there is probably meant to be where you do a pickup with the bomb and then you throw it over. And once you throw it over, you might be able to either A, get to the mole, or I don't think you'd want to get back to the boot. But you know what? That was almost viable, except you lose the mole. But if you go down with the boot instead on the left side, we'll try to figure it out. It's a bit tricky. Because let's say we overshoot. Yeah, actually, you know what? No, I think I get it. We jump out of the boot. We then land on the bomb. We pick it up. We swing to the right. We throw it. We land back on the boot, hit the boo, go around. I don't know what the mole is going to do for me. Because it looks like the mole is going to outpace me by way too far. Yeah, no, but the idea, it should be that I leave the boot and jump over to the bomb. And then you pick up the bomb. And then you throw it. And then, because I'll be on the right side, the boot is my safe landing zone because we've dropped it there. This took me a moment to read, but I think this will be correct. Because you just pick up the bomb, you chuck it while you're falling on the right side. The mole is actually still going to be hanging around for quite some time, so if we're able to follow it over with the boots, we're not in the worst shape, I think. It does look like we're too late to really interact with the mole in any meaningful fashion, though, which might be a concern. Also, yeah, too early on that, perhaps. Because look at the positioning of the mole at that point. I think it's quite possible. Because basically, yeah, you would have to jump out of the boot and fall towards the mole when you grab the mushroom. Let's not start over. Let's try to avoid that specific trap. But I think the pattern is beginning to emerge. Okay. Overshoot. Oh. Maybe not overshoot like that. Jump out of the boot, grab the bomb on the left, throw the bomb to the right, get back in the boot, go back over to the left, get onto the mole. Nope, I missed it. Missed it. But then it gives you enough time, maybe, to get on the mole over here. But the fact that there's another Z implies to me that I should actually be using the boot at that point. I see. That was actually almost correct. I see what the mole is for. If we follow that timing, you jump out of the boot to break the blocks. You land on the mole, you jump off the mole to get into the pipe. I see how the timing works now. It's very satisfying to figure that out, actually, and just have it kind of emerge after staring at this for long enough. Nope. We went a little bit too early. I tried to smash the blocks before we actually picked up the big mushroom. That was a problem. But basically, if we jump out of the boot into the big mushroom, we smash everything, and then we should be well-timed with the mole at that point. Yeah, go over. Over. One. Big mushroom. Oh, nope, just a little bit short. Oh, okay, that's okay, we're not locked. And look at the mole just refusing to hit me and watching me as I die slowly to the spikes. The mole's just smiling at us the whole time, saying, "Oh, you've got invincibility frames, I can't do anything, don't look at me." Too short. That tells me that I'm late to hitting the mole. I think the pattern's correct, but our timing is off. It feels like either way the bomb is going off a bit late, and that the mushroom is coming down later than I want. Which tells me... Oh, yeah, we actually got it, and I just didn't get the up pipe, because up pipes are what they are. That was absolutely correct, we just didn't enter the pipe. Yeah, a slight adjustment here as we try to detonate the bomb a little bit earlier. But that's a much more immediate throw. Nope, once again, off-center. I mean, we were dead center last time, we just... missed it again. But hey, we're going to get it. We are going to get it. That's the important thing. I thought I was going to give up on it for the time being, and then we started making a ton of progress all of a sudden, and here we are. And here we aren't. Yeah, it's been very satisfying to figure out, actually. Because it does look like a very complicated pattern at first, where the ordering of the markers doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense, and then you kind of see the interaction and understand in retrospect what the arrows are trying to tell you, and then from there, things make sense. That was a very late throw, and we got trapped anyway. Oh, back in the box. Going to serve our 2 minutes for tripping. Oh, whoops. Oh, how did I just completely miss that? That was unfortunate. Just didn't even manage to do the bone pickup that time. That was very rough. No, we've got it. Grab that immediately. There we go. Was a very near thing. Maybe we should have waited for the shell timing first. Bit impatient to break the blocks. Oh, we'll be back there soon. The execution's not hard once you see the pattern, and so... well... I say that now, but... Yeah, because I was just instinctively thinking, okay, break the blocks, I'm sure the level will just give me something to work with, and then we... saw the bones just... gradually squeezing their way out of the slow blue pipe. And yeah, that was a whelp moment. No question about that. I do find it satisfying that even if you missed a throw, the boot entry just takes care of it for you. Whoa, nope. Offset her. And that if you just let the boot entry take care of the throw for you, it still hits the plant accurately to drop the bomb. Bad timing there. Well, we thought we were out of here. That was clearly not the case. Okay. Poor timing that time, unfortunately. Yeah, the bomb was just much too late. The pickup needs to come much earlier. Oh, come on, just squish me. And it's just gonna slide me out. Okay. I guess we'll take damage. And of course the mole's just running around the whole time watching this. Having the time of his life. Nope. Heights didn't quite match up that time. Exactly sure which way we should be adjusting that, but just try to get back to our previous pattern. No, for some reason I'm losing height now. Maybe I'm not holding jump enough or something, I don't know, but the previous pattern that we had seems to have fallen apart for me slightly. There we go, much better. Okay, dead center, nope. Well, it's still a little bit off in the bottom timing, so... Yeah, so many interlocking parts, I guess the timing of the bomb drop will matter quite a bit. Whoops. Well, we seem to be regressing. This feels late. I feel like we're gonna have some height problems with the mushroom, but maybe not. Okay, now let's actually watch this time. Miss? No, we got it. Now, look at the semi-solid that's above the flag over there. I don't really think that's reachable, just given the positioning of the bone shell, but you never know. Look at that, only 22 minutes if you think about it. That's not too bad considering... Well, I guess we did have the accidental reset. But even so, it tells you that most of the time I spent was trying to figure out Section 1, so... Thank you so much, Josh Bones. Very satisfying. I did enjoy the kind of problem-solving element of it quite a bit, so... Alright, I don't know if we scared everybody off at this point. I know Ikbinzul has been gone for ages, so we'll probably remove. But if Genso Can is still around, we'll take a look at the precision level. I don't know that I would be able to spend as much time on it, but we'll give you a chance to check in if you're still here. I do see them on the work list. We can at least take a look at what it is. But if it seems like he's not here, then we'll not spend long on it. Because that took longer than expected. Make it over the hill on this tiny yet precise level. Okay, no clears and really no plays on it yet. 1 play. 2 out of 5, let's do it. How bad could it be? I mean, I feel like I'm maybe a 2-star out of 5 precision player, so let's not be complacent. Oh, this is just a reset. Well, welcome to Hitbox Hell. I think it's got to be to the right of the blade, like maybe the pixel that's on the bridge there. Nah, that can't be right. I actually have no idea what the clear rate of this is supposed to be, of course, and the difficulty calibration doesn't mean much to me. This feels like 3 stars? Well, I mean, we're not splitting hairs about that here. I need to find a route first. I mean, I know that, you know, potentially there should be a pixel to stand on to the right here. I think cloud over spike is not going to give me much to work with. Where's the bumper? If there is a precise lineup for it, I don't think I would know it. I feel it's got to be this. Yeah, it totally is. Scroll the camera a bit. Okay. Oh, that's not too bad. But then we need to make the landing over here. You can land at cloud, you'll give 10 subs. I don't think it's cost efficient to do so for me on a subs per hour basis. But thank you for the offer. Whoops. I mean, at least we know that the single pixel actually is the route. It's the only real candidate. Wasn't too bad, actually. While I don't really normally do precision, I feel like that's the kind of jump next to a saw blade that I have to pick up and play testing all the time. So it's not too bad. Oops. This looks doable. Yeah. Gotta get some sleep? Yeah, do get some sleep. I've been keeping you up. Supernova, I think that's your cue to get a room. Preferably not built for Team Door. Oh, almost. Okay, let's do the... No, not quite. Run a plant after that will be a spin. You need to spin pretty precisely down to the spiny on that side. Well, as far as spike precision goes, as most of you know, I don't normally play this kind of pixel precision stuff, but one nice thing is that at least there's some level design going on here, and some moment-to-moment change in the obstacles, and some headroom for jumping. Well, not that much headroom for jumping. Whoops. Well, we made this a surprising number of times earlier. Let's just try to find the correct momentum for it again. I don't really expect to clear it, but we'll put in an honest effort to get up the left side at least. We don't really need to run into this. No. Going to be hearing that tune quite a bit. Funny because we had so many smooth attempts earlier where we just landed safely without really trying. didn't seem to last. No. Not a good angle. And then looking over at what is to come, I don't really know how I'll do a lot of that either. Unless we're talking about spikes on the right side. Also, that gate looks awfully suspicious. Kind of feel like there are probably spikes on the top right of the gate if you look at what the whole bottom right corner is about. Strongly suspect that, actually. Because why else would you just build the bottom right like that with a flop, right? It's got to be a trick. Kind of wonder what the reset door is for, though. Because what is a... I mean, I guess it's the blue platforms up top that if you miraculously manage to fall back down here, as, say, someone, an endless player who's trying to get a streak and preserve lives. And if you want to do a whole bunch of precision falling, I guess you could fall back down here to reset the platforms. You're not technically locked out of anything. Even if in all practicality, you might as well just restart. We'll try to at least make one more attempt up to the upper middle. We had so many consecutive attempts earlier, too, where we just made this perfectly fine. I think I don't want running momentum, as I was saying. We just go from stationary and see if we can do it. There we go. No. Well, there's the piranha on the right side, and I'm concealing the screen right now because we're just trying to read it. Piranha would be a spin jump where you basically try to have a controlled landing down to the spiny, have a couple of short spin jumps out of that, and then try to land over to the bumper, which we do see on the top right. And so we have seen the whole layout at this point, and for somebody who actually is an experienced precision player, this would probably just take a matter of minutes, but hey, look, we made it. It's a new record. We didn't make it very far. Well, at least we can be satisfied knowing that we did make it halfway, technically. Probably in terms of obstacle count, not really, because there's still so much to deal with on the right side column, but progress is progress in its own way. Okay, not many more attempts though. Particularly because I realized now the maker didn't check in either, so we'll probably leave off pretty soon. We can just get one more good shot at this. Try to get back into the middle. We're not just crashing against first jump repeatedly. No. Alright, I think we're gonna call it. If I put more time into it, we might have gotten further, but I'm pretty satisfied with halfway. We put that many attempts on it already, huh? Okay. 48-second clear. I mean, that's indicative of some precision experience for sure, so. Looming, Sorrow, Descent. Well, our attempt was mostly Sorrow. Alright, that's all for today. Like I said, next weekend I don't expect to be on, and then after that we'll have Super Mario Wonder. This week we'll be doing Super Mario Advance 4, the e-reader exclusive levels that not in general release until the Wii U Virtual Console. We'll have more to say about that in due course. In the meantime, scheduling announcements, etc. are all on the Discord as they come in. And for those of you that we aren't seeing until next week, have fun with Super Mario Wonder yourselves. I'm sure most, if not all of you, will be in on that. And so yeah, Red Knight, that's a fantastic emote, by the way. And thank you so much for dropping by as well. And very grateful for raids today from F. Belmont, from Tony C, and from Camus. Lots of people dropping by and bringing their crews, so. And Supernova, have fun with making as well. I don't know if you were here earlier when we actually did play the Supernova Squared MMGP level. I don't know if you were lurking at the time, but we got that done earlier today as well while I was waiting for the queue to populate, so. We're going to send you folks on to something else. Thanks for watching. Red Knight, I don't know if you're getting on, actually, but let me know. Thanks for watching. We'll scan around. And until we meet again, as always, enjoy everything you may be playing, watching, making, etc. And fare thee well.